In the beginning, the world was formless, a nameless, unchanging place of gray crags, towering archtrees, and everlasting dragons. This was an age of stillness, ruled by ancient beings, whose stone scales granted them a form of immortality. It was a world without disparity, without warmth or cold, life or death. But then there was fire, the first flame ignited, and with it came difference. Heat and cold, life and death, and of course, light and dark. From the darkness, new beings emerged. They discovered within the flame the souls of lords, repositories of immense power. There was Nito, the first of the dead, who held a soul of death. There was the witch of Izalith, who claimed a soul of life alongside her daughters of chaos. There was Gwyn, the lord of sunlight, who took the soul of light and gathered his faithful knights. And there was the furtive pygmy, who found the dark soul. With the power of the Lord Souls, they waged war against the stagnant world of gray. The lords rose to challenge the everlasting dragons, yet their stone scales turned aside every blade and spell. The conflict ground to a stalemate, newly born gods locked in futile battle against an eternal foe. And then, victory came in the form of betrayal. Seath the Scaleless, an albino dragon born without the stone scales of his kin, was cursed by frailty and fear. Shunned by his own kind and consumed by bitterness, he turned against them. To Gwyn, he revealed the dragon's fatal weakness, lightning. Armed with this knowledge, Gwyn and his knights cast great bolts of sunlight that shattered the dragon's scales and stripped them of immortality. The skies burned with thunder. The witch of Izalith and her daughters summoned towering firestorms that drowned the land in chaos flame. Nito, the first of the dead, loosed a miasma of death and decay that gnawed at the now flesh-bound dragons. Against the combined might of the lords, the everlasting dragons fell at last. Their age ended in fire, lightning, and death. From the ruins of their dominion, the age of fire was born. But all flames, by their nature, are fated to fade. As the first flame began to wane, shadows stretched long across the world. In the age of fire's decline, a curse took root among men. The dark sign. Those marked by it were bound to undeath, condemned to rise again after death, time without end. With each rebirth, something was lost. Memories, purpose, self, until at last only a hollow shell remained. Thus spread the undead curse. In fear of the coming dark, Lord Gwyn chose a desperate solution. He marched to the kiln of the first flame and offered his own mighty soul to the fire, linking himself to it and prolonging the age of fire by force. The flame burned on, but only briefly. From this act was born a cycle. As the fire faded, a great lord would be called to sacrifice themselves, to become kindling and usher in another fleeting age of light. Over countless centuries, this ritual hardened into tradition, a sacred duty upheld by kingdoms that rose and fell beneath the fire's glow, all clinging to its warmth, all dreading the dark that may come in its absence. When kingdoms fall, they do not vanish cleanly. They collapse inward, layer upon layer, until the bones of the first settlement press against the ruins of the last. This is the nature of a world where fire fades. It is not a sudden plunge into darkness. It is a slow compression of all that ever was, forced into a single, suffocating moment. High among the mountains stood Lothric, a kingdom shaped by 3 pillars that defined both its power and its purpose. The first was the Lothric Knights, warriors who once hunted dragons using lightning born of storm and wrath. Over generations, their role shifted. What began as slaughter became control. The drakes were broken and bound, no longer enemies, but tools of conquest. Hunters became riders, and riders became masters of beasts. The second pillar was knowledge. The grand archives served as the kingdom's great repository of learning. A vast labyrinth of books and scholars devoted to the study of sorcery. Within its towering halls, magic was not simply practiced. It was examined, catalogued, and preserved, stripped of mystery, and rendered into something that could endure beyond any single age. The third pillar rested with High Priestess Emma. She upheld the spiritual order of Lothric, maintaining the faith that had guided the kingdom since its founding. This belief demanded the continuation of the Age of Fire through the linking of the first flame, a rite first enacted by Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight, and carried across the world by Allfather Lloyd through the Way of White. Beyond the knights, scholars, and priests, a fourth, unspoken pillar supported the kingdom. They were the hunters of the Black Hand, the king's secret executioners. Where the honor of a knight or the law of a priest was a hindrance, the Black Hand moved without restraint, eliminating threats to the throne with cold efficiency. The title was one of immense trust and terrible burden, granted to only a select few across the generations. Never were there more than 3 at any one time. At the apex of this structured kingdom sat King Osiros and his queen. While official histories omit her name, many scholars believe she was Guinevere, the Princess of Sunlight and daughter of the great Lord Gwyn. It is said she left her original home in Anor Londo long ago, along with many other deities, eventually becoming a wife and a mother. She gave birth to several children, among them a holy maiden known as Gertrude, the Heavenly Daughter. The entire machinery of Lothric society, its knights, its scholars, its faith, and its assassins, was built for a single purpose. For generations, the royal bloodline was carefully cultivated, driven by the need to produce a worthy heir. This heir was never meant to rule. He was meant to burn. A child born to become a Lord of Cinder, destined from before his first breath to link the first flame and sustain the Age of Fire. darkness failed. Prince Lothric turned away from the duty imposed upon him. He refused to link the flame. In doing so, he broke a cycle that Lothric had spent generations preparing to uphold. His refusal did not come from pride or corruption. His entire existence had been a curse. Born frail, burdened with humanity, and shaped for sacrifice, Lothric came to understand the truth of the cycle he was meant to serve. The Age of Fire had already run its course. The flame was barely alive. Linking it no longer restored the world. It reduced what remained to ash. In his eyes, this pointless ritual begun by Gwyn was already exhausted. With no new Lord of Cinder to take his place, the Age of Fire began to falter. The bond that held the world together weakened, and the bells of awakening began to toll. A warning that the world itself was on the verge of collapse. Pilgrims making their way north had seen the truth with their own eyes. The fire that sustained the age was fading, and the link to it was dangerously weak. As the Age of Light guttered and threatened to go out, a desperate measure was taken. Ancient lords were drawn from their graves and called to serve once more. These were the Lords of Cinder, beings who had linked the first flame in ages past. By offering themselves to the fire, they extended the cycle and were bound to it in death. Gwyn was the first, and others followed in the centuries after, each sacrifice delaying the end for a time. Now, with Lothric turning back on his forced duty, these long-dead lords were being awakened. These were names the world tried to forget, souls that were meant to sleep forever and ever, until this urgent need gave them a new and unwanted purpose. Their awakening was the world's last resort to prevent everything from being consumed by darkness. The tolling of the bells marked the failure of a kingdom's design, but that failure had a name. The refusal of Prince Lothric was not a sudden act of defiance. It was the result of a curse carried from birth, and of a fate imposed long before the fire began to fade. The twin princes of Lothric were bound by more than just blood. Their very souls were linked by a curse. The younger prince, Lothric, was born a weak and sickly child, his body too fragile for the monumental destiny placed upon him. His older brother, Lorien, was a mighty knight and a hero to the kingdom. Seeing his younger brother suffer, Lorien chose to share his burden. He took part of the curse upon himself, an act of devotion that silenced his voice and crippled his legs forever. From that moment, their fates were sealed together. Their lives became so deeply intertwined that one could not perish while the other lived, and they were expected to fulfill their duty of linking the first flame as a single, unified being. This tragedy was the result of their father's consuming ambition. King Osiros was driven by a need to serve the first flame and ensure the continuation of the Age of Fire. royal bloodline had long been cultivated to produce a worthy heir, yet generation after generation failed to meet that purpose. When it became clear that nature would not provide the child he sought, the king turned to darker and more unnatural means. His search for an answer led him to the Grand Archives, the kingdom's massive repository of knowledge. This vast library was home to scholars who practiced extreme caution. They knew the knowledge they guarded could shatter a person's mind, as it had done to the sorcerer Big Hat Logan, and to Seath the Scaleless before him. To protect themselves, the scholars coated their heads and garments in candle wax. They tended to their candles with intense care, understanding that this simple act was all that stood between them and madness. While the scholars feared this forbidden learning, King Osiros was drawn to it. He delved into the most corrupted texts in the archives, and through his studies, he found what he was looking for: a way to create his heir through force. The price for this forbidden knowledge was a heavy curse that fell upon his newborn son, Lothric. From the moment of his birth, the prince was unwell, a small and fragile child. Despite his condition, the royal family treasured him, for he was still the one destined to become a Lord of Cinder. The High Priestess Emma was assigned to be his wet nurse, but her true purpose was to shape the boy's mind from infancy, steering him toward his inevitable fate. Lothric was so small throughout his life that even as a young man, he still fit into the simple robes he wore as a child. It was this suffering that moved his brother Lorien to make his great sacrifice, forever binding the two princes in a shared destiny of pain and obligation. The kingdom of Lothric, though suffering in an age threatened by the fading flame, remained largely stable. The three pillars were the sole faith of the kingdom, and nothing existed that could truly shake that foundation. Only the rise of another religion had the power to do so, and that was exactly what was about to happen. The long-standing unity of Lothric began to unravel with a divine meeting. Gertrude, the holy maiden to the queen, was visited by an angel who imparted a message that would form the basis of a new religion. The experience cost her both her sight and her voice, but she managed to record the angel's words in a fragmented script. While most people could not make sense of her writing, it was powerful enough to spark the angelic faith. Some believe the angels who visited her were born from the corpses of pilgrims from the land of Londor. The core belief they introduced was radical. It called for an end to the linking of the fire, proposing instead that humanity should claim the first flame for itself and begin a new age. The rise of this faith was met with immediate resistance from the ruling powers of Lothric. The three pillars of Lothric's rule could not accept a religion that directly challenged their most sacred duty. The scholars of the Grand Archives, in particular, reacted with extreme prejudice. They took it upon themselves to silence this new movement by imprisoning Gertrude. They locked her away in a cage high in the rafters of the Grand Archives, where she eventually died. Her remains are still there, a silent figure in a cage, clutching the sacred text known as the divine pillars of light. Gertrude's death did not end the angelic faith. It only fueled the growing division within the kingdom. The peace of Lothric shattered as its people were forced to choose sides. Some remained loyal to the three pillars and the linking of the flame, while others were drawn to the promise of the angelic faith, which made them question the gods and their endless cycle. Entire groups, like the formidable winged knights, swore their allegiance to the angels, turning against their former masters. This societal collapse was made worse by the decision of the two princes. Already weighed down by a lifetime of suffering from their shared curse, Lothric and Lorien decided they would no longer play a part in the kingdom's destiny. They turned their backs on their duty to become lords of Cinder, choosing instead to retreat far away and watch the fire of the world fade, just as they had been forced to endure their own private torment.
The fire-linking curse, the legacy of lords. Let it all fade into nothing.
It is hard to say if the angelic faith directly influenced their decision, as their personal pain was more than enough reason to despise the gods and their plans. What is known for certain is that an influential mentor guided Lothric's final choice. This mentor was said to be the first scholar to openly question the purpose of linking the fire. Some theories suggest this figure could have been Aldea, the scholar of the first sin, a man who dedicated his existence to finding a way to break the cycle of light and dark and free humanity from its predetermined fate. By mentoring the young prince, this scholar may have convinced Lothric to defy his father and reject his destiny. Of course, the mentor might have simply been one of the crystal sages from within the Grand Archives. Regardless of who it was, their influence was profound. They showed the prince that a path laid out for you is not a path you are forced to walk. When Prince Lothric's refusal became known, the kingdom plunged into civil war. The Lothric knights clashed against followers of the angelic faith throughout the castle and its surrounding lands. The conflict ended without a victor. The grounds were left covered with the bodies of Lothric knights, winged knights, and pilgrims from Londor. What remained were only the dead, each killed for the belief they chose to follow. The royal family collapsed during this same period. King Osiros, driven by his obsession with producing a perfect heir, pursued the forbidden research of Seath, the pale drake. The twisted knowledge he uncovered fractured his mind and body, transforming him into the pitiful figure known as the Consumed King. After the birth of her youngest child, Ocelot, the queen disappeared from Lothric. No record explains where she went, and no trace of her was ever found. With the king lost to madness and the queen gone, the royal family ceased to function as the center of authority within the kingdom. It is often assumed that Gertrude was the cause of the conflict that followed. However, she may have only been the means through which a larger influence acted. The identity of the angel that visited her remains uncertain, but evidence throughout Lothric suggests that its origin lay beyond the kingdom. One theory holds that the angels associated with Gertrude were formed from the corpses of pilgrims from Londor. Their message called for the seizure of the first flame and the end of firelinking. Stone carvings found across Lothric depict a serpent with angelic wings, imagery that closely resembles the primordial serpent Koth. If these carvings represent the being behind the angelic faith, then the events in Lothric followed a familiar pattern. Darkstalker Koth has long sought to undermine the Age of Fire. He once attempted to persuade the chosen undead to abandon the flame, and has remained closely tied to Londor ever since. His influence is rarely direct. Instead, he shapes belief and allows others to carry it forward. In Lothric, belief in usurping the fire appears to have spread through Londor's pilgrims before reaching the kingdom itself. Gertrude served as the point through which this belief entered the royal domain. She believed she had been chosen to deliver a divine message, though the force guiding her actions may have had a different purpose. After Lothric's collapse, Koth's influence continued elsewhere. Figures from Londor acted in accordance with his long-standing objective of ending the rule of fire. Those harmed in the process were irrelevant to that goal. And now, with no Lord of Cinder to take Lothric's place, the bells of awakening began to toll. As the fire weakened and the Age of Fire approached collapse, the old Lords of Cinder were drawn from their graves and forced to serve once again. Among the Lords of Cinder, awakened by the tolling of the bells, was a being known as Aldrich. In his second life, he was expected to return to his throne and fulfill his duty by linking the first flame once again. Aldrich refused. He abandoned his seat and ignored the call. The fading of the fire did not compel him toward sacrifice. Instead, it drew his attention back to the visions that had defined his first life, visions of a coming age of the deep sea. Aldrich believed this future could still be brought about, and he set out to realize it. His path began with the consumption of gods. Before becoming a Lord of Cinder, Aldrich had been a cleric of Irithll. During this time, he began to experience visions of the future. These visions showed humanity reduced to a dark residue at the bottom of a vast ocean, a substance later referred to as human dregs. This future differed from the abyss known in earlier ages. It was deeper, colder, and without movement. These persistent visions took hold of Aldrich's mind and reshaped his beliefs. Driven by a need to make these premonitions a reality, Aldrich left his home and founded the Cathedral of the Deep. At first, it was viewed as a peaceful religious center, and he gathered a large following, assisted by his archdeacons, Royce, MacDonald, and Klimt. But soon, the former cleric's piety gave way to a monstrous appetite for human flesh. He discovered a perverse pleasure in his new habit and came to share with others his joy of imbibing the final shudders of life, while luxuriating in his victim's screams. His deacons, rather than stopping him, enabled his depravity. His followers began supplying him with a steady stream of sacrifices to be eaten. Men, women, and even children were led to the cathedral like livestock, to a slaughterhouse. This extreme evil corrupted the very ground of the church, giving birth to hideous insects with tiny, sharp, toothed jaws, made for tearing into flesh. Some of the faithful tried to contain the spreading corruption, but eventually they too were consumed by the very darkness they fought. Aldrich's endless consumption had a grotesque effect on his body. He devoured so many victims that his form began to lose definition.
Let's take Aldrich for one, a right and proper cleric, only he developed a habit of devouring men. He ate so many that he bloated like a drowned pig, then softened into sludge.
The dark essence of the souls he consumed, the dregs, accumulated within him until his physical form dissolved into a formless, rotten mass. This disgusting sludge was the perfect reflection of the monster he had become. His power, however, became immense. So immense, in fact, that when a new sacrifice was needed to link the first flame, he was chosen.
So they stuck him in the cathedral of the deep, and they made him a lord of cinder, not for virtue, but for might.
In a turn of deep irony, this creature of profound darkness was unwillingly sacrificed to the flame to prolong the age of fire. He was devoured by a greater power for its own ends, a fate he had forced upon countless others. Now resurrected and free, Aldrich has resumed his true calling. His appetite has grown beyond mere mortals. He has set his sights on a much greater source of power, and hears that one of the old gods still resides in the forgotten city of Londor. The second group of lords drawn back from death were the Abyss Watchers. Upon their return, they were found locked in continuous conflict with one another. Though resurrected, they remained corrupted. The Watchers continued to fight with the same discipline and aggression that once defined them, but their enemy had become their own order. In their attempt to purge the abyss, they now endlessly slaughter one another, driven by the same purpose that destroyed them. Before their fall, the Abyss Watchers were known as the Undead Legion of Farron. They were an order of undead warriors, formed for a single task: to contain and destroy the abyss wherever it appeared. Their identity was shaped by the legend of Sir Artorias, the Abyss Walker. To follow his example, they adopted his combat style and entered into a ritual involving wolf's blood. This ritual bound their souls together, creating a shared consciousness that allowed them to act as a unified force. Their bond was linked to the spirit of the great wolf that once fought alongside Artorias, and they moved with the coordination of a pack. The Legion carried out its duty without restraint. They operated beyond the authority of any kingdom and answered only to their purpose. When signs of abyssal corruption were discovered, the Watchers intervened without delay. Entire lands were erased to prevent the spread. As recorded, sworn by the wolf's blood to contain the abyss, the Legion will bury a kingdom at the first sign of exposure. Their methods were absolute. They wore pointed steel helms and black leather armor, and they fought using the Farron greatsword paired with a dagger, a style unique to the Legion. They were supported by acolytes and sorcerers, including figures such as Hazel, who developed spells suited to the Legion's aggressive combat doctrine. The foundation of the Legion was built on an incomplete truth. The Artorias they revered was a constructed legend. The widely accepted account claimed that Artorias defeated the Abyss in Ulyssil. In reality, Artorias was defeated and corrupted by the Abyss. He failed, and his suffering was later ended by the chosen undead. That victory and the destruction of the Abyss in Ulyssil was attributed to Artorias, creating the figure the Watchers later modeled themselves after. Unaware of this history, the Abyss Watchers followed the same path. Over time, the Abyss infiltrated their shared soul. Corruption spread through the Legion, and its members began to lose their sanity. Those who remained untainted were forced to fight their own brothers. The Legion collapsed from within as their numbers dwindled until they were finally defeated. The reason the Abyss Watchers linked the first flame is unclear. They may have been compelled to do so, or they may have seen fire as a weapon against the Abyss. Regardless of the reason, their nature made them suitable fuel. Many warriors shared a single, powerful soul, and that soul was used to sustain the fading flame. With the Legion destroyed, their followers scattered and eventually went hollow. The Abyss, no longer contained, spread without resistance. When the Watchers were awakened once more, they returned in a diminished state. What remains is an endless internal war, a continuation of the conflict that ended their order. Another Lord of Cinder to awaken was Yhorm the Giant, a descendant of an ancient line of conquerors. When he returned in the New Age, he was confronted with the result of his past actions. The kingdom he once ruled had been reduced to ash. The people he swore to protect were gone, and their destruction was the consequence of his own choices. There was a time, long before this, when the people of the profaned capital had asked Yhorm to rule them. They sought him as a protector, describing him as their blade and their shield. Yhorm accepted this role and took his responsibility seriously, but his rule was never fully trusted. Many questioned whether a giant had the right to govern humans. As a gesture of good faith, Yhorm gave one of his 2 Storm Ruler greatswords to those who doubted him. The weapon was capable of slaying a giant. By doing this, he made his position clear. If he ever betrayed their trust, they had his permission to strike him down. Even so, loyalty within the capital remained thin. Yhorm's life was shaped by personal loss. He had once fought defensively, carrying a massive great shield into battle. After failing to protect someone precious to him, he cast the shield aside forever. He altered his great machete instead, carving a notch into the blade so it could be wielded with both hands. His combat style became aggressive and careless, as if his own survival no longer mattered. During this period, he formed a bond with a knight of Catarina named Sigurd, who became his steadfast friend. The capital's fragile peace was shattered with the creation of the profaned flame. A group of women brought this fire into existence through a curse. The flame could not be extinguished and burned only human flesh, consuming its victims from within. Those who created it were transformed by their actions, their bodies becoming warped, their faces replaced with grasping hands lined with teeth, a fitting symbol of their reckless ambition. They showed no remorse for the destruction they caused. For Yhorm, this disaster was more than just a threat to his kingdom. It was a chance at redemption. Haunted by his past failure, he was determined not to lose the people he was sworn to protect a second time. He decided on a desperate plan. He would link the first flame, believing that its immense power would be enough to finally put out the profaned flame. Before leaving to make his sacrifice, he gave his second storm ruler to the one person he trusted completely, his friend Sigurd. He made him promise to kill him, should he ever return from the fire as a lesser version of himself. His noble sacrifice led to the single greatest tragedy of his life. Linking the flame did not extinguish the curse. Instead, Yhorm's act seemed to unleash the profaned flame from the sky, causing it to rain down upon his capital. It was a strange and horrific fire, one that is said to have incinerated nothing but human flesh. His entire city was destroyed, and all of its inhabitants were burned, leaving only scorched remains as a testament to his catastrophic failure. With this unbearable knowledge, Yhorm rejects his duty as a Lord of Cinder. He has no interest in linking the flame again. He has returned to the ruins of his capital to sit alone on his throne, waiting for the darkness to claim the world. While the other lords of Cinder refused their duty, Ludleth of Kurland did not. He remained seated upon his throne and expressed a willingness to link the fire again if called upon.
O thou art unkindled, and a seeker of lords. I am Ludleth of Kurland. Look not in bewilderment as I say. I linked the fire long ago, becoming a lord of Cinder. If substantiation be thy want, set thine eyes upon my charred course.
His presence among the lords is unusual and raises questions about how he came to occupy that role. Little is known about Ludleth's past. What can be inferred comes from the title he once carried, Ludleth of Kurland the Exiled. He was cast out of Kurland for practicing soul transposition, an art forbidden due to its ability to manipulate and redistribute the souls of others. Ludleth is also physically small, a pygmy, and the throne he occupies appears disproportionate to him, as though it were meant for someone else. This has led to the belief that Ludleth was not the intended bearer of the soul that made him a Lord of Cinder. A clue to this theory lies in the skull ring he possesses. The ring was made from the soul of a creature known as a soul feeder, a beast that grew powerful by endlessly consuming the souls of others. It's thought that this creature was on its own pilgrimage to link the first flame. The theory suggests that Ludleth, using his forbidden transposition skills, somehow intercepted this being and used a transposing kiln to transfer its immense collection of souls into himself. By stealing its power, he made himself strong enough to become a Lord of Cinder. This raises the question of why a pygmy would choose to extend the age of fire. The continuation of this age benefits the gods and has historically come at the expense of humanity. One explanation is that Ludleth of Kurland sought purpose. As an exile, becoming a Lord of Cinder may have been the only path available to him. He often speaks of his status with a sense of pride, which suggests that he found meaning in the role, regardless of its cost. There is also evidence that this account is incomplete. At times, Ludleth mutters phrases that suggest severe distress rather than pride.
Forgive me. Oh, please. I am not to blame. I'm not. It cinches to the bone. It hurts. Please, help me. Be done with me. No, gods, no. I cannot bear it. It burns. Help me.
These words indicate that his linking of the flame was not a voluntary act. His repeated insistence that he was not at fault suggests coercion or punishment. It is possible that Ludleth did not offer himself willingly, but was instead taken and used. His physical state supports this possibility. Ludleth is missing both of his legs, a condition that would prevent escape or resistance. Whether this injury occurred before or after his sacrifice is unknown. What can be said with certainty is that Ludleth's willingness to link the flame again does not come from strength. Whether he gained his position through transgression or was forced into it, his continued compliance reflects the same reality shared by all Lords of Cinder. Linking the fire is a sentence imposed upon those chosen to bear it, a sentence that cannot be refused. With the Lords of Cinder forsaking their thrones, the world approaches collapse. The fire continues to fade, and the system built to preserve it no longer functions as intended. In response, a final contingency is enacted. It follows a simple rule: if the lords will not return to their thrones themselves, let them return as cinders. To enforce this, the world draws upon those who failed before. From ash and ruin, a new figure is raised. This figure is known as the Ashen One. The Ashen One is unkindled. One of many who, in a past life, tried to link the fire and did not succeed, burning to ash without ever reaching the flame. They were not remembered, celebrated, or mourned. They were one failure among many. When the fire weakened beyond recovery, these failed remains were given form again. This rebirth comes with a single purpose. The Ashen One is sent to hunt the lords of Cinder who refused their duty and drag their souls to the kiln of the first flame. This task exists because the original design failed. The Ashen One is not meant to rule or decide anything. They are meant to act. The Ashen One's journey begins in the Cemetery of Ash, a bleak graveyard filled with the aimless, hollowed remains of other cursed undead. It is a place of failures. Among the forgotten graves, the Ashen One finds the body of a familiar figure for those who know the old stories, Oscar, the Knight of Astora. The noble knight who once guided a different undead champion has long since failed his own quest. Even in death, however, he unknowingly aids another, leaving behind an ashen Estus flask, a vital tool for the long and brutal journey ahead. Leaving the cemetery is not automatic. The path forward is blocked by Eudex's Gundyr, a massive warrior frozen in time. He is impaled by a coiled sword and cannot move freely. He was once a champion chosen to link the first flame himself, but he arrived too late and was defeated by a warrior who came before him. Now, he serves as a judge, a test for any new champion who would attempt the journey. He holds the key to the future and will only grant it to one who can prove their strength by defeating him. Many have tried and failed this first test, but the Ashen One pushes forward. The battle with Gundyr is fierce, but halfway through, something changes. A vile, dark growth erupts from the champion's back, revealing that he has been corrupted by the abyss. This shapeless mass of shadow and tendrils lashes out, trying to consume the Ashen One. After a desperate struggle, the unkindled champion stands victorious. With Gundyr defeated, a passage is allowed beyond the cemetery. The Ashen One is drawn to Firelink Shrine, a place long associated with those bound to the first flame. Firelink Shrine functions as a central point for those bound to the first flame. It exists outside the normal flow of the world and provides a place of return for the unkindled. At the center of the shrine stand 5 large thrones. 1 is occupied. 4 remain empty. These seats belong to the lords of Cinder who abandoned their posts and left the world to its fate. Waiting at the shrine is a firekeeper. She is blind and exists for a specific purpose.
Welcome to the bonfire, unkindled one. I am a firekeeper. I tend to the flame and tend to thee. The lords have left their thrones and must be delivered to them. To this end I am at thy side.
She tends the bonfire at the shrine center and serves the Ashen One directly. Through her, collected souls can be converted into strength. This process allows the Ashen One to continue their task and survive encounters that would otherwise end their journey. Other figures also call this place home, offering their skills to the champion. The sound of a hammer on steel leads to blacksmith Andre, who tirelessly forges and reinforces weapons at his anvil. It is impossible to know if if he is the same legendary smith from Lordran, or simply another who shares his name and dedication. His companion in the shrine is the shrine handmaid, an old woman who sells goods to travelers. She carries a quiet history of her own, having once been a firekeeper herself before choosing a simpler, less demanding existence as a merchant. But not everyone in the shrine is committed to the cause. Hawkwood, a fellow unkindled, and a deserter from Farron's undead legion, embodies the despair of their kind. He has given up on the quest, seeing it as a fool's errand. He makes his cynicism plain to the Ashen One.
Ah, another one roused from the sleep of death. Well, you're not alone. We unkindled are worthless. Can't even die right. Gives me conniptions. And they'd have us seek the Lords of Cinder and return them to their moulding thrones. But we're talking true legends, with the metal to link the fire. We're not fit to lick their boots. Don't you think?
Lacking any confidence in himself or the mission, Hawkwood has settled into a life of aimless wandering within the shrine's walls, free from the weight of a purpose he feels he cannot fulfill. He can often be found outside, staring at the empty grave from which he rose. His old Farron greatsword, the weapon he once used to fight the abyss, is propped against the tombstone, rusted and forgotten. In these moments, it's clear he is haunted by the memory of a life that had meaning, even if that life is now over. He seems to be a man wrestling with whether an existence without purpose is truly a life at all. From Firelink Shrine, the path forward is not immediately clear. The shrine offers guidance and preparation, but no obvious route into the world. It is the firekeeper who provides direction.
Ashen One, produce the coiled sword at the bonfire. The mark of ash will guide thee to the land of the lords, to Lothric, where the homes of the lords converge.
She instructs the Ashen One to ignite the coiled sword embedded in the bonfire at the shrine center. When the flame is lit, the shrine responds. A passage is opened, and a specific destination is revealed. This establishes the starting point of the journey. The journey begins in earnest at the high wall of Lothric, a colossal fortification that serves as the first true test for the Ashen One. This place is not a welcoming one. It is hostile territory, patrolled by the kingdom's knights, and watched over by a fire-breathing wyvern that incinerates any who wander into its sight. The wall itself acts as a massive barrier, cutting off the undead settlement from the rest of the kingdom. Surviving this hostile place brings new faces to the relative safety of Firelink Shrine. One of the first to appear is Ringfinger Leonhard, a knight of royal birth skilled with both sword and sorcery. His most striking feature is the silver mask he wears to hide his face, which was severely burned long ago. Leonhard's journey was once a personal one. He sought out the goddess Rosaria, the mother of rebirth, hoping she could heal his disfigured body. When he finally found her, he made a strange choice. Instead of asking for his scars to be removed, he swore his life to her service. The power of this goddess is such that even devoted followers of other beings can be drawn away. Archdeacon Klimt, once a loyal servant to Aldrich, also abandoned his old covenant to kneel before Rosaria. Deep within the High Wall's dungeons, another potential ally is found, locked away in a cell.
Ah. You're no jailer, are you? No, you're from far away. And judging by the bell, you must be some of that unkindled ash. Remarkable. If that's true, then I have a favor to ask.
This is Grerat of the undead settlement, a common thief. Others like him are known for scaling the Great Wall to conduct their business, though even they fear what lies beyond it. Among his people, Lothric Castle itself is said to devour any who dare to enter. Grerat asks the Ashen One for a favor.
Below the high wall is a musty little town, not the home of any lord, just a very old settlement of undead. An old woman, Loretta, lives there. Please, give her this ring. I'm not asking for charity. In fact, if you do this for me, I'll be sure to repay you in kind. I may be a petty thief, but I've more wits than most royalty.
He gives them a blue tearstone ring and begs them to deliver it to a woman named Loretta, back in the undead settlement. The task cannot be completed. The Ashen One finds Loretta dead, her body hanging from a balcony. Only Loretta's bone remains. She died while Grerat was imprisoned. When Grerat later relocates to Firelink Shrine and learns of her fate, he attempts to hide his grief, but it is clear he cared deeply for her. The meaning of the ring deepens this loss. The blue tearstone ring strengthens its bearer when they are close to death. Loretta must have been ill or injured, and Grerat climbed the high wall in an attempt to bring her something that might protect her. He was captured before he could return. The ring is said to contain a tear from the goddess Catha, who mourns those separated by loss. With Loretta gone, Grerat finds a new reason to continue. He dedicates his skills, not to petty theft, but to a greater cause, becoming a champion for the poor and forgotten. Eventually, he asks permission to go on one last mission, to pillage Lothric Castle. He understands the danger.
I'm aware of the danger. That castle is a death trap. Not a single man has returned from the castle unscathed, even back in the day. But I don't want to sit around and die a petty rat. And I consider myself your friend.
If the Ashen One agrees, Grerat departs and does not return alive. His body is later found on the rooftops of the Grand Archives. With the path forward uncertain, the Ashen One finds their way into a grand cathedral. Inside, Emma, the High Priestess of Lothric, is waiting.
Ah, the wait has been long, unkindled one. I am Emma, High Priestess of Lothric Castle. Allow me to speak frankly. You will not find the Lords of Cinder here. They have left, gone, to their churning homes, converging at the base of this castle.
She confirms that the Great Lords are no longer within the castle walls. They have long since departed for their own lands, churning and broken kingdoms, that are now physically converging at the base of Lothric. To reach them, she provides the unkindled with a small Lothric banner. This banner is not a key for a simple gate. Its purpose is to summon passage, but the way forward is barred. Standing guard at the precipice leading to these converging lands is Vort of the Boreal Valley, a hulking, armored beast wielding a massive mace. Vort was not always this creature. He was once an outrider knight in service to a ruler known as Pontiff Sullivan. As a reward for their service, these knights were given one of the pontiff's magical eyes, a gift that twisted them into savage, mindless beasts and stripped away their humanity. The creature that was once a knight charges the Ashen One, and a brutal fight follows. After a difficult battle, the champion finally puts Vort down. With the path cleared, the Ashen One presents the small Lothric banner. In response, winged creatures known as bat-winged demons descend from above. They seize the champion and carry them away from the high wall. This passage allows no return. Those who bear the banner are sent forward on a one-way course, a commitment that cannot be undone. The demons deposit the Ashen One at the foot of the high wall, a desolate area near a collapsed bridge. The ground is covered with the bodies of robed pilgrims. Among the dead, one survivor remains.
Please, grant me death. Undo my shackles. Oh, then it's true. A champion of Ash as I live and breathe. To be in your presence is a great honor.
This is Yhorm of Londor. He kneels among the corpses, a man who has surrendered any expectation of survival. He explains that he had been waiting to die, believing this to be his fate, and does not understand why he still lives. Upon seeing the Ashen One, he begins to question that belief. He offers his service, convinced that in following this champion, he may recover the one thing he has lost: a purpose. By accepting Yhorm's offer, the pilgrim is brought to Firelink Shrine. There, Yhorm begins a process he calls drawing out true strength. This ritual binds the Ashen One with a dark sigil, a pitch-black mark that serves as a conduit to the power of the curse that defines humanity. Each sigil deepens the Ashen One's connection to the dark and increases their strength. Over time, Yhorm completes this task by granting multiple sigils to the Ashen One. After this process is finished, Yhorm of Londor dies, having fulfilled his role. Following Yhorm's death, another pilgrim appears at Firelink Shrine.
Oh, prithee, art thou good Yhorm's master? I am Yhorm of Londor, a close friend of his. Thanks to thee, Yhorm's soul is redeemed. Allow me to express my gratitude in his stead.
This is Yhorm of Londor. She explains that Yhorm was her servant and states that his purpose was to guide a suitable lord to this point. She thanks the Ashen One for allowing Yhorm to complete his duty and pledges her loyalty, addressing the Ashen One as her lord. Yhorm comes from Londor, a kingdom inhabited entirely by hollows. Londor is a society formed by the undead and structured around their condition, reflecting how long the undead curse has shaped human civilization. Yhorm is one of the 3 founders of the Sable Church, a secretive organization devoted to a single goal: the usurpation of the first flame and the arrival of the Age of Dark. The Church views this age as the natural state of the world and the proper condition for humanity. It was founded by 3 sisters so that its work would continue even if one of them were lost. The Sable Church relies on violence to achieve its aims. It commands a group of assassins known as the Pale Shades, who are tasked with eliminating enemies of the Church. These assassins wear sneering masks that display a smiling expression while concealing their identities. They fight with mannequin claws, curved weapons designed to cause severe bleeding. These blades were originally used by the artificial beings of Earthen Peak. The Pale Shades are known as the Harlots of Death, a name earned through their methods and their lack of restraint. The ideology of the Sable Church originates with darkstalker Koth, a primordial serpent who has long promoted the coming of the Age of Dark. Koth taught the people of Londor the art of life drain, a method of drawing out humanity from the dark soul. Yhorm follows Koth's guidance and was directed by him to travel to Lothric. Her task was to locate an individual capable of becoming the Lord of Hollows. Yhorm was likely chosen for this role due to her ability as a warrior. Her weapon, Darkdrift, is said to have claimed 100 lives. Her younger sister, Lilian, holds a religious position within the church. She was the first to recite the forbidden Londor Braille divine tome, a scripture that offers salvation to hollows while condemning the living. The third sister is rarely discussed. Accounts claim she was the first of the Ashen to enter a painted world, after which she vanished from record. With Yhorm of Londor now present at Firelink Shrine, she raises concerns about another resident. She warns the Ashen One that a man named Orbeck of Vinheim poses a danger to their cause.
I'm afraid I must say, Orbeck of Vinheim is a cause of much consternation. He proclaimeth himself Lord of Hollows. If left alone, he may one day imperil thy rule. Fall to this matter yearly, else we are unravelled. Decisiveness is the mark of a true monarch.
Yhorm's accusation conflicts with Orbeck's behavior and the stated goals of the man himself. Orbeck of Vinheim is driven by a single ambition: to become a true sorcerer. He lacks natural talent for magic and sought knowledge through the Vinheim Dragon School. In exchange for instruction, he served them as an assassin. His intention was to abandon this role once he had gained enough understanding to live as a legitimate scholar. The Ashen One can invite this exiled assassin to Firelink Shrine, where he agrees to act as a teacher of sorcery. This arrangement develops into a working partnership. As the Ashen One recovers lost scrolls and delivers them to him, Orbeck's understanding of magic expands beyond the limits imposed by the dragon school. Through these texts, he learns the deeper history of sorcery, including the practices of Ulyseel, the work of Big Hat Logan, and the discoveries of Seath the Scaleless. Orbeck acknowledges his past directly and without embellishment.
In Vinheim, I was an assassin, a sorcerer only in name, a killer for hire. What a fool I was, thinking one day I would learn real sorceries. When I became undead, I was exiled from the school. But here I am, now, exploring the depths of sorcery. All thanks to you, I might add.
His actions indicate a narrow focus on learning, rather than authority. He shows no interest in leadership or influence beyond access to knowledge. This casts critical doubt on Uria's claim that he represents a political threat. Is she telling the truth, or is she fabricating a threat to test the Ashen One's willingness to remove perceived risks? If the Ashen One allows Orbeck to live, he remains at Firelink Shrine as a teacher until he has passed on everything he knows. After this, he leaves to continue his research alone. His path eventually leads him to the Grand Archives, where his body is later discovered among the shelves. Before departing the shrine, he speaks one last time.
I'll promise to stay safe. It's been nice running our own little school.
As the Ashen One's journey continues, it leads them into the undead settlement, a sprawling, decaying village where large, robed evangelists wander the streets, seemingly offering comfort and prayer. Their sermons speak of enlightenment, but this is a lie. These women are agents of the Church of the Deep, and their true purpose is to gather victims. They lure the desperate and the weak with false promises, only to herd them to the cathedral to be sacrificed to Aldrich. They are cruel shepherds who delight in tormenting their flock before offering them to a consuming fire. In this treacherous place, the Ashen One encounters a heavily armored knight named Egon of Kareem.
Another one of those unkindled, are you? All you faceless undead, behaving as if you deserve respect. No matter.
He stands guard with a massive hammer and a distinctive shield bearing the carved face of a woman. The knight has a solemn duty. He is the sworn protector of a woman named Irina, whom he keeps locked in a nearby cell. He sees this as the only way to truly keep her safe from the horrors of the world. Against Egon's judgment, the Ashen One can choose to free Irina, thereby taking on the responsibility for her well-being. Egon reluctantly agrees and makes his position perfectly clear. His loyalty is directed toward Irina, rather than the Ashen One. If she comes to any harm, he will hold the champion accountable. Irina reveals that she is a nun from Kareem, who traveled to Lothric with the dream of becoming a firekeeper, but she believes she failed and was unfit for the role. It becomes quickly apparent that she is blind, a detail that hints she was much closer to her goal than she lets on. To become a firekeeper, a woman must surrender her sight. This is done to prevent her from ever seeing visions of a world without fire, a sight that could tempt her to betray her sacred purpose. This practice suggests that Irina may have already started the ritual before turning away from her mission. From this moment, Irina's destiny is in the hands of the Ashen One. She can be guided toward the light, eventually taking her place in a tower near Firelink Shrine and fulfilling her original purpose. Or she can be encouraged to explore the darkness. This path awakens something deep within her, as every firekeeper is a vessel for the swarms of humanity that writhe just beneath their skin. If she is led down this dark path, Egon will see it as an unforgivable betrayal. Believing the Ashen One has corrupted the woman he swore to protect, he takes her away from the shrine and prepares for a battle.
I made myself very clear. My allegiance remained only as long as you assured the girl's safety. This Knight of Karim does not forgive betrayal. Even a broken woman deserves her dignity.
It becomes clear that Egon's harsh methods were born from a deep, protective love. He likely understood the truth of being a firekeeper, an existence of blindness, with a core of writhing darkness eating away at the body. A life in a cage may have seemed a kindness compared to that. In the end, he gives his life trying to protect Irina's soul, remaining faithful to his duty until his last breath. Irina, now lost to the darkness and unaware of Egon's fate, makes a request.
Who is there? Is someone there? Anyone? Oh, please, whoever you are, touch me. The dark surrounds me, nibbles at my flesh. Little creatures, they never stop biting. So please, hold out your hand and touch me.
If the Ashen One approaches her wearing Egon's gauntlets, she mistakes the touch for his presence.
Oh, you again. Touch me one last time. And kill me, as you promised you would. Oh, a Knight of Karim is always true to his word.
Egon had promised her a merciful end if she was ever consumed by the darkness within. Though he could not fulfill that promise himself, the Ashen One can. In this act, the champion can grant her peace, letting her die with the belief that her protector was by her side to the very end. The air in the undead settlement is often split by the sound of immense arrows striking the ground, with enough force to send vibrations through the stone. These are no ordinary arrows, and they come from no ordinary archer. High atop a stone tower, a giant keeps a lonely watch, a figure who brings to mind the legendary Hawkeye Goff. He was once a slave of the Church of the Deep, and the physical reminders of that time are still embedded in his body. Heavy shackles hang from his limbs, and cruel nails are driven into his skin. Now free, he uses his massive, great bow to protect the land from the cursed creatures that wander below. While his appearance is imposing, approaching him reveals a gentle spirit. He offers the Ashen One a young white branch, a simple gesture of trust that establishes a pact of non-aggression. Exploration of the settlement reveals more than dilapidated homes and hallowed residence. A hidden grave key unlocks a barred door that leads to a forgotten corner of the world below. In the darkness stands a silent testament to a shunned goddess, a statue of Velka, the goddess of sin. Her shrines were once places where people could seek pardon for their transgressions and have curses lifted. Though Velka herself is absent from Lothric, this idol indicates that her worship was not entirely forgotten. The fact that it is locked away suggests a deliberate effort to erase her from the kingdom's memory. This suppression is likely tied to her connection with the occult, a force that once sought to overthrow the gods. The evidence for this link is strong, as her signature rapier was known to be infused with occult power, and many of her sacred items are now found only within the painted world of Ariamis, a land that has long served as a prison for things the gods wished to forget. Elsewhere, a perplexing sight interrupts the scenery. A knight in distinctive, rounded armor is found struggling to understand a complex lift mechanism.
Oh. Pardon me, I was absorbed in thought. I am Siegwart of Katarina. To be honest, I'm in a bit of a pickle.
This is Siegward of Katarina, and he is here on a grim mission to fulfill a promise he once made. He is an old friend of Yhorm the giant, and upon learning of the giant's reawakening, he sets out to honor a vow made to him. Knowing his friend would never have chosen to return, Siegward intends to find him and give him rest. With assistance from the Ashen One, the knight finds his way forward. Their paths converge in a shared struggle against a remnant of a bygone age, a massive fire demon, one of the last of its kind born from the chaos flame of old Izalith. Together, they defeat the creature. Before parting, Siegward shares a drink with his new ally, a brief moment of companionship before both continue their journeys. At the center of the settlement's decay lies the story of a fallen guardian. A sacred spirit tree once stood here, an entity that absorbed the curses and evils that plagued the land in order to protect its people. Over centuries, the volume of darkness it consumed began to poison it from within. The tree became a living prison for the evils it absorbed, until the prison failed. The spirit tree was transformed into the curse-rotted greatwood. Even now, the hollowed peasants who live in its shadow perform a ritual of prayer before it, though the creature no longer recognizes them as anything other than obstacles. When the Ashen One confronts the greatwood, the ground collapses beneath its weight, sending both into the pit of hollows below. There, in the depths of the settlement, the champion finally destroys the creature, releasing the curses it had held for so long. The Ashen One's journey is shaped by the enemies they face, and by the complex allies they meet. One such figure is Surus of the Sunless Realms, a dedicated knight of the Dark Moon who carries the weight of two separate, demanding quests.
You're an unkindled, aren't you? I am Surus of the Sunless Realms, former servant of the divinity.
Her official duty is to hunt down the members of Rosaria's Fingers, a murderous cult whose members invade other worlds to kill the innocent and collect their tongues as offerings for their silent goddess. The Ashen One can assist her in this task, helping her eliminate a particularly nasty member named Creighton the Wanderer.
That dark spirit was one of Rosaria's Fingers, vile bastard offspring who lurk in the darkness. My sworn enemies.
This professional duty is accompanied by a much more personal mission. Suris is in Lothric to find her grandfather, a man named Aldrich. He was once a holy knight like her. Something later broke his mind, and he now wanders the land as a crazed ghoul, a danger to those he encounters. This figure is found in the Pit of Hollows, where he serves as the founder of a covenant known as the Mound Makers. The philosophy driving this covenant is as twisted as its leader. The Mound Makers believe that a specific bone in the human spine is a shackle of the gods, a physical chain that binds a person's soul. They see murder as an act of mercy, a way to break these shackles and free their victims from divine control. To this end, they kill indiscriminately, collecting these vertebrae with the fanaticism of holy relics. It is a covenant built on madness, well suited to Aldrich's broken mind. The shrine handmaid, the quiet merchant in Firelink Shrine, is revealed to be part of this family history. She is Suris's grandmother. This connection becomes apparent if she is given the Dream Chaser's ashes, as she asks with unusual interest where they were found, hinting at her past with Aldrich. Her role in this story is confirmed when she delivers a note from Suris. Goodbye, dear grandmother. I will visit grandfather in the Pit of Hollows. With the Ashen One's help, Suris tracks her grandfather to the Pit of Hollows for a confrontation. There, she fulfills both her duty as a knight and her obligation as family by putting an end to his life.
I finally found you. Just as I promised, Grandad. Remember? Good night, Grandad.
Afterward, Suris states that her purpose has been fulfilled. She turns to the Ashen One and asks to swear herself into their service.
At last my grandfather will rest in peace, and I can die, but there is one last. May I take a vow to serve you as a knight?
Yet in time, her body can be found resting beside her grandfather's grave. With no further purpose left to pursue, she lies close to him as she had sought him out in life, remaining near even in death. There is no sign of ceremony or recognition, only the quiet placement of her body alongside his. The two are reunited in stillness, their conflict resolved only by proximity. Her path ends where his did. The next leg of the journey follows a bleakly named path, a long and muddy track once used for an awful purpose, marching sacrifices to the gluttonous Lord of Cinder, Aldrich. It is here, in the waterlogged crucifixion woods at the road's end, that another quest intersects with the Ashen Ones. Two travelers, also unkindled, are found resting near the ruins.
Oh, hello. How do you do? I am Anri of Astora, unkindled like you. This is Horace, a friend and travelling companion. Are you too in search of the Lords of Cinder? We are well along the road of sacrifices. Below us is the Crucifixion Woods. Beyond the flooded woods lies Farron Keep, home of the undead legion. Further yet is the Cathedral of the Deep. We seek the cathedral, home of the grim Aldrich.
Their hunt for the devourer of gods is driven by deep personal vengeance. Anri and Horace share a dark history. As the only known child captives to have escaped Aldrich's clutches, their lives have been shaped by that escape from a terrible fate, and now they seek to confront its source. Horace's silence is a constant presence for Anri, a form of support that helps carry their burden. His heavy executioner's armor, taken from a corrupt official long ago, serves as a shell against the world. Its cold and bulky interior, a source of familiarity for the quiet night. The way forward is not unguarded. A lingering sentinel from a broken alliance, one of the twin crystal sages, has claimed this place. The sages were once scholars of the Grand Archives. This one later left to join Farron's undead legion. With the legion lost to the abyss, the sorcerer now remains here, attacking all who approach the cathedral. The fight against this master of magic is chaotic and disorienting. The sage vanishes and reappears in bursts of crystal, casting lethal spells from shifting positions and forcing the Ashen One to remain in constant motion. Each disappearance breaks the flow of the fight, denying any sustained advantage. As the battle continues, the sage fractures its presence into multiple duplicates, filling the clearing with identical figures that attack simultaneously. Most of these forms are false, collapsing under a single strike, while the true body remains hidden among them. The Ashen One must advance carefully, testing each apparition while avoiding overlapping spells. Over time, the pattern becomes clearer, and the real sage is struck repeatedly as its ability to maintain the illusion weakens. When the final blow lands, the remaining projections dissipate and the sorcerer collapses. With the sage finally defeated, the road forward opens, leaving the path to the Cathedral of the Deep and to Aldrich unobstructed and finally clear. As the Ashen One approaches the towering Cathedral of the Deep, a familiar voice cries out from a nearby well.
Hello? Hello? Anyone there? Anyone at all? It's me, Siegfried of Catarina. I'm loath to admit it, but I've been had. Someone's swiped my armor. Did you happen to see it anywhere?
It sounds like Siegward of Catarina, and he claims to have been tricked, stripped of his armor, and abandoned. The culprit is soon revealed, a scoundrel named Unbreakable Patches, who appears moments later proudly wearing the stolen Catarina set. In a clumsy attempt to imitate the friendly knight, he tries to lure the Ashen One into a trap, pointing out a supposed treasure across a narrow bridge. Springing the trap results in the bridge being lowered, dropping the champion into a dangerous chamber below. This is the first of many deceptions. After this initial failure, Patches makes his way to Firelink Shrine, where his scheming continues. He waits for the unkindled to explore the bell tower, and just as they reach the top, he slams the heavy gate shut behind them, shouting that he'll be back later to pick over their corpse. These actions paint a picture of a man who finds joy only in the misfortune of others. But is that the whole story? Contradicting his cruel nature are baffling acts of kindness. Patches is, on multiple occasions, the sole reason Grerat, the thief, returns alive from his dangerous scavenging runs. He performs these rescues in secret, always disguised in the very same Catarina armor he uses for his tricks. Grerat himself is none the wiser, later remarking,
Thank the gods for that. I don't like getting things so close. I might have died if it wasn't for that peculiar onion knight.
Patches never takes credit for these heroic deeds, suggesting a strange code of honor hidden beneath his greedy exterior. There is more to the man than his wicked tricks suggest. Leaving the swindler to his games, the Ashen One finally enters the cathedral, anticipating a confrontation with their First Lord of Cinder. The Great Hall, however, is mostly empty. Kneeling before a dusty altar is a man who seems utterly out of place, Slave Knight Gale. He is deep in prayer, asking for aid on a mission that remains a mystery for now. His presence is a brief but important omen of things to come. Further exploration reveals the frustrating truth. Aldrich is not here. The devourer of gods has already left this place, having journeyed to the distant Boreal Valley with his trusted Archdeacon MacDonald. Only a skeleton crew of followers remains. Archdeacon Royce and the other deacons were left behind to stand eternal watch over their master's empty coffin. They are not powerful warriors individually, but they fight as one, a swarm of zealots, fiercely defending a ghost. The path to Irithll is barred by a great, poison swamp, a land that has worn many names over the ages. Once the sunlit forests of Ulasil, then the shadowed Darkroot Garden, it is now the festering wood of Farron Keep. Sharp-eyed travelers can still find traces of its ancient past, like the withered remains of the mushroom Elizabeth, who even in death guards the old attire of Princess Dusk. This land is a living document of decay, and its current masters embody that theme. The champion's arrival interrupts a violent tableau. Within a crumbling fortress, the Abyss Watchers are locked in an endless, suicidal battle. They were once a noble legion, a brotherhood sworn by wolf's blood to eradicate any trace of the Abyss. Now, they are a parody of their former selves, corrupted by the very darkness they fought, to the point that they can no longer distinguish friend from foe. Their war against the Abyss continues, yet its battlefield is their own brotherhood. Putting out the 3 ritual flames that seal the fortress is the key to reaching them. Inside, the Ashen One is drawn into the fray. The Watchers do not fight as a unit. They spill into the chamber in waves, attacking anything in reach, including each other. One watcher presses the Ashen One directly, relentless and aggressive, while others circle the edges of the fight and strike when openings appear. As more bodies fall, the room becomes crowded with duels happening at once. The Ashen One cannot treat this as a single opponent. The danger comes from being trapped between multiple blades, from being punished for overcommitting, and from losing awareness of what is happening behind them. As the battle drags on, the numbers thin. The Watchers continue killing each other as often as they attack the Ashen One, and the floor is littered with their dead. Only when every other Watcher has fallen does the last one rise alone. He draws upon the blood and strength of his fallen comrades, carrying their shared blood and oath within a single body. His movements change. He becomes more controlled and more direct, and the fight shifts from a chaotic brawl into a focused duel. The Ashen One is forced to match him blow for blow, reading his attacks, managing distance, and surviving long enough to create openings. The duel was long and brutal. When the Watcher finally falls, the Ashen One is the only one left standing. With his defeat, the Legion's agony ends with him. The Ashen One claims the soul of the Abyss Watchers, and 3 Lords of Cinder remain to be found and to be slain. The journey to Irithll descends deeper, down into the skeletal darkness of the catacombs of Karthus. Here, the Ashen One finds Anri of Astora once again. Their reunion is marked by anxiety. Horus is gone.
Oh, hello. How very fortunate. Have you seen my companion, Horus? To my shame, I was snared by a trap and we've become separated. I've not been able to find him since.
While Anri searches, the Ashen One pushes deeper into the domain of the catacombs' forgotten ruler. This place was once a kingdom of many lords, until a conqueror named Walnir defeated them all and fused their crowns into one, declaring himself the sole High Lord. His ambition exceeded his understanding. He sought to master the abyss itself, and like all who attempt this, was consumed by it. He now exists in an ocean of pure darkness, suspended between life and death. Driven by fear, the man who conquered kingdoms pleaded to the gods for the first time, finding a measure of comfort in a holy sword and 3 bracelets taken from the bodies of dead clerics. The Ashen One's path leads to a strange chalice made from a human skull. Touching it releases a surge of abyssal energy, drawing the champion into Walnir's lightless prison. There, the High Lord appears as a colossal, crowned skeleton. The bracelets he wears anchor him to the world and sustain what remains of his power. By shattering them one by one, the Ashen One sends the great conqueror sinking back into the darkness he feared. The catacombs have even deeper, hotter secrets. In the twisting passages, an ambush awaits. A warrior in heavy black iron armor, wielding a sword of impossible size, steps from the shadows. This is Night Slayer Sorig. He is a collector of legendary gear, a predator who hunts in fallen kingdoms. The armor he wears once belonged to Black Iron Tarkus, and the Fume Ultra Greatsword was the signature weapon of Raimi, the Fume Knight. Sorig is one of the only beings in history strong enough to wield it. His title was earned in blood. He once invaded the frozen city of Ilium Lois, slaughtered its knights, and took their rings as trophies, still attached to their frozen, severed fingers. The path Sorig guards leads down into a hellscape, the smoldering lake. This cavern of fire and ash is all that remains of the ancient city of Izalith. The war that was fought here between Gwyn's knights and the demons of chaos is long over, and the battlefield is littered with the skeletal remains of both sides. Hidden behind an illusory wall, the bodies of the fair lady and her sister Quilana can be found. A quiet reunion after an age of separation. The age of demons is ending. The old chaos that fueled their existence was extinguished long ago, and the last of Gwyn's Black Knights still patrol this place, methodically hunting down the final survivors of a dying race. It is in this dying world that the mystery of Horus's disappearance is solved. The Ashen One finds Anri's companion at the end of a long, secluded tunnel. Alone and overwhelmed by the horrors of this place, the kind and gentle knight has gone hollow. His mind is gone, his memories of Anri and his own purpose erased. He attacks on sight. The Ashen One is forced to put him down, a sad and necessary act of mercy. Later, they will have to break the news to Anri, bringing her one step of closure on her lonely quest. At the very heart of this inferno sits the last witness to the birth of chaos, the old demon king. He is ancient, his inner fire now little more than embers. He guards his chamber with the last of his strength, but against the Ashen One, it is not enough. As the final blows land, his flames die out completely, and the ancient demon collapses, a punctuation mark on the end of an era. The claustrophobic darkness of the catacombs gives way to a breathtaking sight. A city of elegant towers and grand cathedrals, blanketed in perpetual snow, all bathed in the soft light of a moon that never sets. This is Irithll of the Boreal Valley, an ancient and beautiful city now held in the grip of a tyrant. Paintings found in a distant manor tell the story of a place with deep connections to the world's history, depicting Guinevere, the Grand Archives, and faraway lands like Drangleic and Ilium Lois. The city was once a noble sanctuary for those who revered the moon, and by extension, its guardian deity, the dark sun Gwyndolin. That peaceful history is long dead. The city now belongs to Pontiff Solivan, a man whose ambition is as vast and cold as the valley itself. As a young sorcerer, he discovered the profaned capital and its undying flame, a discovery that ignited a burning hunger for power within him. His first step was to conquer Irithll. To do this, he used deception, infiltrating the ranks of the Blades of the Dark Moon, Gwyndolin's own sacred knights. He rose through the order, hiding his heretical sorcery behind a facade of loyalty, all while plotting his takeover. Once he had seized control, Solivan remade the city in his own image. He established his own order of pontiff knights to enforce his rule, and sent his outrider knights to conquer distant lands. Phantoms of the Dancer and Vort can be seen departing the city in their original human forms. A ghostly reminder of the knights Solivan twisted into monstrous beasts with his magic. Even the city's populace was not spared. They were warped by his dark arts into hunched, subhuman slaves. Conquering Irithll was not enough for the new pontiff. His gaze fell upon the city of the gods, Londor, and its last divine resident, Gwyndolin. To achieve this goal, he needed a powerful ally. Solivan devised a plan to lure the newly awakened Aldrich to his side. He placed a small doll in the devourer of God's coffin, a magical key that would allow its holder to bypass Irithill's protective barrier. The doll was imbued with a simple message. Wherever you may be, Irithll is your home. Their goals were aligned. Aldrich, driven by his desire to consume the old gods, found in Solivan the means to reach his target. Solivan gained access to the power of the deep for himself and his knights. Together, they launched their assault on Londor. The takeover was swift and brutal. Gwyndolin, who had already been weakened by a mysterious illness, likely the result of Solivan's poison or curses, was captured along with his younger sister, Yorshka.
The Dark Moon Knights were once led by my elder brother, the Dark Sun Gwyndolin. But he was stricken by illness, and leadership of the knights fell to me. Then Solivan wrongfully proclaimed himself pontiff, and took me prisoner.
With the Dark Moon god in his clutches, Aldrich began his slow feast. As he consumed Gwyndolin, Aldrich entered a dreamlike state, absorbing the god's memories along with his flesh. In this state, he saw visions of a pale, young girl in hiding. This figure could have been the crossbreed Priscilla, a powerful being banished to the painted world long ago. It may also have been Yorshka, the last person Gwyndolin saw before the end. With Irithill's gates now open, the Ashen One's path converges once more with that of Anri of Astora, who is found seeking refuge in the quiet church of Yorshka. The loss of Horus has not broken Anri's resolve, it has sharpened it. Their quest is now a memorial, a final act of justice for their lost friend, and for all the children who were sacrificed to Aldrich. But a new, subtle danger stalks Anri here. Hidden among the statues in the church is an assassin from Londor, a pilgrim in the service of Uria. This agent is not here to kill Anri with a blade, but to ensnare them in a complex ritual. Their goal is to manipulate Anri into becoming a ceremonial sacrifice, a vessel through which the Ashen One can be elevated to the status of the true Lord of Hollows. The Ashen One must make a choice, allow the ritual to proceed for their own gain, or intervene and save the life of a fellow unkindled. If they choose the latter, the assassin is cut down before their deception can take root. Anri remains oblivious to the mortal danger they were just in, unaware that the Ashen One acted as a silent guardian, a selfless protector, watching over a friend. The journey continues, leading to a massive, opulent cathedral with polished marble floors and towering arches. This is the seat of power for Pontiff Sullivan. He waits at the far end of the hall, alone, already armed. One blade burns with profaned flame. The other radiates dark sorcery. He offers no warning and no words. The fight begins immediately. Sullivan closes the distance with a sudden leap, striking with overwhelming force. His attacks are fast, wide, and relentless. Each swing is meant to control space and deny retreat. The Ashen One is driven backward across the floor, forced to react constantly as the pontiff presses the assault without pause. Sullivan fights with absolute confidence. His movements are disciplined and practiced, showing no hesitation. He chains heavy blows into rapid follow-ups, punishing any delay or misstep. Healing is dangerous. Distance is temporary. The fight allows no room to reset. Midway through the battle, Sullivan calls upon his sorcery. A spectral duplicate forms beside him, mimicking his movements and attacking in tandem. The cathedral becomes crowded with overlapping strikes. Blades descend from multiple angles at once, leaving little safe ground. The Ashen One must endure sustained pressure, managing positioning while avoiding being struck from behind or caught between attacks. The battle stretches on, exhausting both combatants. Sullivan's aggression never fully breaks, but it slows. His strikes grow heavier. His movements lose precision. The phantom falters and is destroyed. The Ashen One presses forward, landing repeated blows until the pontiff finally collapses. Sullivan dies on the cathedral floor, surrounded by the symbols of the faith he corrupted. The path forward opens beneath the cathedral, leading downward into the dungeons that fester beneath the beautiful city. The way to Anor Londo lies not upward toward light, but downward, through rot, filth, and decay. Deep beneath the pristine beauty of Irithll lies a place of filth and despair, the Irithll dungeon. This is where the pontiff kept his enemies, and it is a place where a piece of the profaned flame is said to be preserved, locked within an icy skull. The guards here are jailers, cruel survivors from the profaned capital, who are known to take a sadistic pleasure in the suffering of their prisoners. Locked away in a dark cell on the dungeon's ground floor is a woman named Carla. The state of her torn and foul-smelling clothes speaks of a long and difficult journey that ended in an even longer imprisonment. The pointed hat she wears marks her as a heretical sorceress, a witch who deals in the dark. To understand her story, one must first know the tale of a wandering knight named Alva. Alva traveled the world from Drangleic to Lothric on a desperate quest to find a cure for a sickness that afflicted Saint Seretta. As he journeyed, a witch named Zully became aware of his quest and grew intensely jealous of his devotion to the ailing saint. She used every trick she could think of to sabotage his efforts and ruin him, but a strange thing happened along the way. Her schemes turned to companionship and eventually to love. They spent the rest of their lives together, and their story is still told in the songs of troubadours. The connection between these two stories is subtle but profound. Alva was known as the seeker of the spurned, and the description of Carla's ashes refers to her as the spurned child of the abyss. This suggests that Alva's final quest was to find Carla. The fact that his body is found just outside her cell indicates he died just before reaching his goal. But why was he looking for her? A dark miracle in Carla's possession, Dark Edge, is said to be passed down from mother to daughter. This was once Zully's spell. This small detail reveals the heart of the tragedy. Zully was Carla's mother, and Alva died trying to find the daughter he shared with the witch he once loved. Carla's title, Child of the Abyss, is also significant. This is the same term used to describe the daughters of Manus, each of whom was born from a fragment of his fractured soul. It is possible that Zully was a descendant of one of these daughters, likely Nashandra, who embodied greed and envy. This would explain Zully's own jealous and manipulative nature, as well as her daughter's deep connection to the dark. The path out of the Irithll dungeon leads to the desolate ruins of the profaned capital. Here, among the charred remains of a once great city, the Ashen One finds the body of a man slumped against a bonfire, his hand still clutching a ladder. This is Laddersmith Gilligan, a familiar face to those who have traveled through Dranglake. How he ended up in this doomed city is a mystery, but the scorched state of his body suggests he was here when Yhorm's sacrifice went so horribly wrong, and the profaned flame consumed everything. This desolate city is the final stop for another traveler as well. Sigurd of Katarina, whose journey has been marked by a series of unfortunate traps, is found one last time locked away in a dungeon cell. His sense of purpose remains unbroken, and once freed by the Ashen One, he is able to complete his long and difficult quest to find his old friend, to fight him, and to fulfill a promise. The reunion is a somber and epic affair. Yhorm sits on his throne in a vast, ruined temple, a silent giant waiting for the end. As the Ashen One enters, they are followed by the Knight of Katarina, who announces his presence.
Yhorm, old friend, I, Sigurd of the Knights of Katarina, have come to uphold my promise. Let the sun shine upon this Lord of Cinder.
Sigurd has brought the Storm Ruler with him, the same weapon Yhorm had entrusted to him long ago. This act reveals the depth of their bond. Yhorm, a king who did not trust his own people, gave the only weapon capable of killing him to the one person he believed would use it as intended. Together, the Ashen One and Sigurd raise their greatswords. The blades release the power of a raging storm, a force strong enough to bring even a giant to his knees. The weapon that once symbolized a king's promise to his people becomes the instrument of his peace. The battle is a difficult one, as Yhorm's immense size and strength make him a formidable opponent. His great weapon carves wide arcs through the air, capable of crushing the pillars of the hall. He fights with wild recklessness, reflecting the grief and guilt that followed the destruction of his kingdom. Only the power of the storm ruler can break through his defenses, each successful strike staggering the giant and leaving him exposed. The fight was like a ceremony. Sigurd fights with resolve, each swing of his sword a step toward honoring his oath. And at last, Yhorm falls, and a profound stillness settles over the great hall. The giant is released from the burden of his failure, and Sigurd is released from the weight of his promise. It is a tragic end that was required of them both. With Yhorm's soul reclaimed, Sigurd's quest is complete. He has fulfilled the most important duty of his life, a promise he was willing to die for. In the quiet aftermath of the battle, he takes a moment to savor his victory. Then, his own long journey at its end, with another Lord of Cinder fallen, the Ashen One's quest leads them to the legendary city of Londor. An inevitable confrontation with Aldrich, the devourer of gods, is all that awaits them there. The journey reveals a place utterly changed. A deep cold has settled over the once sunlit kingdom, and the city's beauty now serves only as a backdrop for a new, foul master. The signs of decay are everywhere. In a dusty chamber, the body of the giant blacksmith lies cold, his work forever unfinished. Even the grand cathedral, the site of legendary battles, is now slick with the filth of the deep. The Ashen One does not have to face this corrupted city alone. Anri of Astora is also here, their own journey nearing its climax. Driven by a singular desire for revenge, they join forces with the champion for the assault. Together, they step through the fog gate into the great hall and are met with a sight of profound horror. Across the chamber, a writhing mass of black sludge is slowly consuming the last god of Londor. The upper body of the dark sun Gwyndolin emerges from the creature, a grotesque puppet, whose agonized cries fill the room as he is eaten alive. Aldrich has become a twisted reflection of the beings he has consumed. He wields a weapon that looks like the great scythe of the first of the dead, and the dark, feathery appendages that sprout from his body are eerily similar. He has become an avatar of death itself. Using Gwyndolin's captive body, he unleashes the god's own powerful magic against his attackers. The battle is a fight to defeat a Lord of Cinder. It is also an act of mercy. With Anri's help, the Ashen One finally brings the monster down, silencing the pained cries of the dying god forever. In the quiet aftermath, Anri's voice is filled with a lifetime of relief.
Yes. We did it. I owe this to you. Thank you, truly. Horace, we've done it. We really have.
But for the undead, the fulfillment of a life's purpose is a dangerous thing. Back at Firelink Shrine, Ludleth of Kurland offers a cryptic warning.
Seek not the girl. She knoweth her fate, what will become of her upon her duty's end. She would not wish thee follow her.
The duty that drives the cursed is often the only thing that keeps them from succumbing to the hollowing that awaits them all. With her vengeance complete, Anri has nothing left to hold on to. The curse she fought so hard to resist finally claims her, just as it did her friend Horace. Her journey ends where his did, in the smoldering lake, where she now wanders as a mindless hollow. The Ashen One is left with one final duty, to find her, and grant her the peace that she could not find for herself. What if the champion had made a different choice? What if the pilgrim had been allowed to live? In this alternate path, Uriah of Londor reveals the true purpose of the assassin's mission.
Knowest thou of a maid named Anri? She is hollow, and will join thee in wedlock. A fellow of mine guides her at this moment. When the time is ripe, thou mayst make thy salutations.
She explains that the final step to becoming the true Lord of Hollows is a marriage, a dark and binding ceremony. Anri, she says, is the chosen spouse and is waiting in a hidden chamber deep within Anor Londo. Following her directions, the Ashen One is met at the entrance to Gwendolyn's old tomb by a pilgrim who offers them the sword of avowal, the ceremonial blade for this unholy rite. It is said that a rite of wedlock will presage a true Hollow Lord. Your spouse's name is Anri, who patiently awaits a rightful lord deep within the mausoleum. At the end of the long, dark hall, Anri is found as a sacrifice. They are laid out on an altar, their armor's helm removed, and their face covered with a silken veil. This is a transfer of power. Following the ritual, the Ashen One plunges the sword into Anri's heart and absorbs all of their dark sigils. And with that, the wedding is complete. The rite is done. The Lord of Hollows is born, and Anri of Astora's journey ends here. The path to Prince Lothric begins with a summons rather than a journey. A disembodied voice cuts through the silence, and a golden light envelops the Ashen One, transporting them back to the high wall of Lothric, to the chamber where the High Priestess Emma once sat. It is her voice that has called them, a desperate plea before her time runs out. As her last words fade, a dark portal tears open in the ceiling, and from it descends the dancer of the Boreal Valley, an impossibly tall and slender figure. She moves slowly, her motion difficult to read, her twin blades, one of fire and one of dark, painting lethal arcs through the air. This elegant warrior was once a distant daughter of the royal family, forced into Sullivan's service first as an entertainer, then as an outrider knight, a sentence equivalent to exile. The spectral veil she wears connects her to the old gods, and the fact that her soul can be used to create a miracle long associated with Guinevere suggests a direct blood relation. many others, her will was broken by the pontiff's magic, her body twisted into a monstrous form, bound to his commands. With her defeat, the path to a forgotten corner of the castle is opened. This is the consumed king's garden, a dark and overgrown place that serves as the domain of Osiros, the father of the twin princes. He is no longer human. His obsession with harnessing his royal blood for a greater purpose led him to the forbidden worship of Seath the Pale Drake. In his madness, he has become a withered, dragon-like creature, and he clutches a phantom child in his arms, whispering the name, Ocelot. His madness is absolute, and in the ensuing battle, he loses his grip on his imagined infant, crushing it beneath his own weight, in a blind rage. Osiro's transformation is a direct result of his infatuation with Seath's research into moonlight and immortality. Like the sorcerer Big Hat Logan before him, he was driven mad by the pursuit of knowledge the gods deemed heretical. Deeper within the garden, the body of a Drake Blood Knight is found, a member of an ancient order that once hunted the dragon Sin. The Ashen One learns a forgotten gesture from the corpse's posture before breaking through into the main castle. Lothric Castle itself is a war zone, the final bastion of a dying kingdom. The last loyal knights of Lothric fight alongside two massive wyverns, both grotesquely infected by the pus of man, their bodies reanimated by the raw power of the abyss. Even in death, they serve the kingdom they once protected. Tucked away in a quiet corner of this battlefield is an altar that has survived the ages, the shrine of the warriors of sunlight. It stands as a testament to the enduring faith in Gwyn's long-lost firstborn, a belief that has outlasted gods and kingdoms alike. The final guardian before the prince's chamber is the Dragonslayer armor, a massive, empty suit of black iron animated by strange moth-like creatures known as pilgrim butterflies. The armor appears to remember the hunt, even though its master is long gone. Its great axe crackles with the lightning once used to fell dragons, and its great shield is designed to absorb the same destructive force. The battle is a storm of lightning and steel. The Ashen One endures, defeats the armor, and clears the way to press forward. At the very peak of the castle, past a large door engraved with the symbols of the kingdom's 3 founding pillars, the fate of the fire awaits. Here, the 2 princes of Lothric are bound by more than blood. A shared curse has merged their souls, making them 2 parts of a single whole. This bond is the key to understanding their power and their defiance. Lorien, the elder brother, is the physical might of the pair. A powerful knight, he is now broken, and carries a great sword that is forever scorched. He is unable to speak or walk properly. Yet, he serves as the unyielding shield for his younger brother. From his throne, Prince Lothric makes their shared intention clear from the start. He openly rejects the duty that has been forced upon him, stating that he has no interest in the mantle of Lord. He and his brother have chosen to watch the world fade, preferring to let the firelinking curse and the Age of Lords come to an end. Their fight is one of principle. They are defending their right to refuse their destiny. When the champion of Ash enters their chamber, it is Lorien who teleports into the fray to meet the challenge. He fights with the ferocious skill of a royal knight, swinging his flaming sword to protect his brother's ideal. When the champion manages to strike him down, the nature of their curse is revealed. Lothric, who had been watching from above, descends to his brother's side, and with a gentle touch and quiet words, breathes life back into him. The true battle begins now. Lorien rises again, and the princes fight as one, a union of might and magic. While the elder brother presses the attack with his sword, Lothric supports him from a distance, launching potent spells. It becomes clear that Lorien cannot be permanently defeated as long as his brother breathes. Lothric's power grants him a form of immortality. The champion must recognize that the only way to break this cycle is to bypass the night and strike at the source of the magic. By focusing the attack on Lothric, the spell of resurrection is broken. Once the younger prince falls, the life-giving magic that sustained his sibling vanishes. With his other half gone, Lorien collapses once more, his body unable to endure without his brother's soul. With their fall, the royal succession of Lothric is extinguished forever. The last of the required Lords of Cinder has been defeated, and their unified soul now rests in the hands of the unkindled champion. There is a place hidden from the world, concealed behind an illusory wall in the consumed king's garden. It is a dark reflection of a familiar place, the untended graves. Here, the sky is perpetually dark, and the entire land is smothered in an unnatural night. Standing guard in this cold, silent world is champion Gundyr. This warrior confronts the intruder at the height of his strength, immediately engaging with a powerful mix of martial arts and sweeping attacks from his halberd. His defeat grants the champion his soul, and with it, a piece of his story. Once, a champion came late to the festivities and was greeted by a shrine without fire and a bell that would not toll. Gundyr was a champion chosen for a bygone age, and he arrived too late. The fire had already died. The firekeeper who was meant to guide him was long gone, and with no bell to ring, no other champions would ever rise. This age of darkness followed. Out of a sense of duty, Gundyr remained at his post, waiting to challenge anyone who might threaten the dead shrine. This encounter creates a loop in time. The champion of Ash is the same nameless knight who defeated Gundyr in this past era. Gundyr's defeat led him to become a sheath for the coiled sword, transforming him into the Iudex, or judge, who tests all newcomers at the cemetery of Ash. This means the champion of Ash is fated to travel back in time, to create the obstacle they overcame at the beginning of their own journey. It also explains why Eudex's Gundyr dropped no soul. His soul was taken here, in his past, by the champion from the future. Beyond Gundyr lies a dark and empty Firelink Shrine. The path is patrolled by Black Knights, the ancient soldiers of Gwyn who once protected the kiln of the first flame, and now wander this dead world, their duty unending. Inside, the great hall is silent. Andre the blacksmith is gone, leaving only his hammer behind, perhaps because in a world without champions to serve, he had no purpose. The only soul left is the shrine handmaid, who appears unchanged. She sells the wolf knight set, the abyss-stained armor of Artorias. In this silent shrine, the champion also discovers the eyes of a firekeeper, the eyes of the first firekeeper, and the light that was lost by all firekeepers to come. It reveals to the sightless firekeepers things that they should never see. These eyes belonged to the keeper who waited for Gundyr in vain. Returning to the present, the champion's journey into the past does not go unnoticed. The shrine handmaid begins to greet them with familiarity before stopping herself.
Oh, that. Oh, no, it isn't anything, Ashen One.
She recognizes the champion from their encounter in the dark shrine and chooses to feign ignorance, likely to avoid disturbing the flow of time. Ludleth is more direct. When shown the eyes, he recognizes them immediately.
Ah, found her, did we? And the black eyes that shimmer within, I see. 'Tis as if it were but yesterday. We did all we could to spare her from them. The eyes show a world destitute of fire, a barren plain of endless darkness, a place born of betrayal. So I willed myself, Lord, to link the fire, to paint a new vision.
His sacrifice was a personal attempt to prevent the world the champion of Ash walked through from ever coming to pass. When the champion of Ash presents the eyes found in that dark, forgotten world to the firekeeper, it is an act that challenges the very foundation of her existence. Her initial reaction is one of profound shock, as she explains that sight is something intentionally denied to her kind, a sense they are forbidden from ever possessing. Holding the gift, she clarifies the immense and dangerous weight of this choice.
Ashen One, my thanks for the eyes thou'st given. But firekeepers are not meant to have eyes. It is forbidden. These will reveal through a sliver of light frightful images of betrayal. A world without fire. Ashen One, is this truly thy wish?
Her question hangs in the air, carrying the full burden of her purpose. A firekeeper's entire life is a singular dedication to nurture the first flame and to offer guidance to the champions who would link it. The vision of a lightless world, the future these eyes promise, is the opposite of everything she was created to be. It goes against the very purpose built into her soul, filling her with a quiet sorrow for the age she has always served. Despite this deep internal conflict, her loyalty to the unkindled who she serves is unwavering. If the champion chooses this path of darkness, she will walk it with them, even if it brings her pain This commitment is so absolute that she offers a heartbreaking way out, a chance for the champion to reverse their decision. With a voice brimming with sadness, she makes her proposal.
Ashen one, if thine heart should bend, kill me, and strip these eyes from my person. I will return as the firekeeper I once was, as it has always been.
She is willing to endure a temporary death, to be reset, to have this terrible knowledge erased from her, all in service to the champion's will. Her duty to support the unkindled overrides her own desires. The air in Firelink Shrine changes after this moment. A somber tone settles over the sanctuary as the champion departs, leaving the firekeeper to contemplate a future she was never meant to see. Hidden from the annals of history is the story of Gwyn's firstborn son, a god of war who committed the ultimate betrayal. He sided with the ancient dragons his father sought to destroy. For this, his punishment was absolute. As Gwyn commanded, he was stripped of his stature as punishment for his foolishness. No wonder his very name has slipped from the annals of history. His name was erased, his statues were demolished, and the shrines where the warriors of sunlight honored him were torn down. He became the nameless king. This exiled god was once a renowned dragon slayer, and the soul he possesses tells the tale of his transformation, explaining he was once a dragon-slaying god of war before he sacrificed everything to ally himself with the ancient dragons. He even formed a bond with one, a great storm drake, with whom he led a lifetime of battle. This forgotten deity resides in a secret place, Archdragon Peak, a sun-drenched sanctuary, reachable only through ritual. The journey begins in the depths of Irithll dungeon, where the champion of Ash must perform the path of the dragon gesture learned from a dead Drake Blood Knight. By mimicking this pose of meditation, the champion awakens on a mountainside where the cries of drakes fill the air. This path is for worshippers, and devotion is rewarded with artifacts like the dragon headstone, which allows one to gain the head of a dragon. As its history tells, the road to the old dragons is long and arduous, and only one can complete the journey. A more powerful version, the twinkling dragon headstone, is gifted from a seemingly dead dragon at an altar, as if the great beast recognized the champion's dedication. The peak is fiercely guarded. Its paths are patrolled by serpent men, the devolved descendants of dragons. An ancient wyvern, a truly massive creature nearly immune to normal attacks, blocks a stone bridge. The only way to defeat it is to navigate a treacherous gauntlet under its fiery breath and deliver a fatal plunging attack to its head. Deeper in, man's serpent summoners call upon the spirits of past warriors who followed this path, including dragon-worshipping Drake Blood Knights, and even a phantom resembling the undead Prince Ricard. Among the peak's mysteries are the figures of two legendary knights. A warrior wearing the unmistakable armor of Yhorm the Rock stands guard over a dragon's corpse. This presents a puzzle. Yhorm was Gwyn's friend and a famous dragon slayer. Yet one of his followers appears here in a place of dragon worship. Or perhaps this is the real Havel, living out his hallowed days hunting dragons, far from the prison where he was supposedly locked away. The questions deepen when his armor is later found in Farron Keep, next to a stray demon. Not far from the peak's final confrontation, the golden dragon slayer armor of Ornstein lies empty. Ornstein was one of Gwyn's 4 greatest knights and served under the Firstborn. His armor's description says that he left the land in search of the nameless king. This leaves his fate open to interpretation. Did Ornstein, ever loyal, come to join his exiled master? Or did he, the famed dragon slayer, arrive to hunt down the man he saw as a traitor? At the summit, a great bell waits. Ringing, it is a direct challenge to the master of this domain. The clear sky darkens immediately, clouds collapsing inward as a violent storm takes shape. Thunder rolls across the peak. Wind tears through the stone. From the churning clouds descends the nameless king, riding atop his loyal stormdrake. The battle begins as an aerial assault. The stormdrake circles the arena, breathing fire across the ground, while its rider hurls bolts of lightning from above. The nameless king commands the storm with practiced ease, timing his strikes to punish any attempt to focus solely on the beast. Fire and lightning overlap, forcing the champion to constantly reposition, watching the sky as much as the ground. The drake's movements are unpredictable, its attacks wide and devastating, while the king's lightning strikes are precise and punishing. The only way to gain control of the fight is to bring the stormdrake down. When it finally falls, the storm pauses. The nameless king dismounts and approaches his wounded companion. There is no hesitation. He delivers a final, merciful blow, ending the drake's suffering, and absorbs its remaining power into himself. The storm surges again, stronger than before. Now on foot, the nameless king advances alone. He moves with speed and discipline, wielding a massive spear infused with lightning. His attacks are fast, brutal, and punishing, designed to break defenses and catch evasive movements. Each strike carries the weight of the storm itself. He delays his swings, punishing impatience, then follows with sudden thrusts meant to pierce through guard and armor alike. The nameless king gives no ground. He controls distance, punishes mistakes immediately, and offers no safe moment to recover. Lightning crashes down around the battlefield as he presses the attack, forcing the champion to remain focused and disciplined. Every exchange is dangerous. Every mistake is costly. The battle does not ease. The storm does not weaken. The nameless king presses the attack without pause. Each opening is earned through timing alone, created by standing firm and responding at the exact moment his attacks commit. The exchange becomes a sustained contest of endurance and execution. Strike by strike, the champion pushes forward, absorbing punishment and returning it in kind, until the nameless king is finally slain. With his defeat, the storm dissipates as suddenly as it formed. The clouds part. The wind dies. Warm sunlight returns to Archdragon Peak. The arena is left silent, empty, and still. The exiled god who chose the dragons over his father makes his final stand here, and his long war ends without witnesses. For Hawkwood the deserter, the journey of the champion of Ash was not just something to be observed with cynical resignation. The apathy that defined the crestfallen warrior began to erode as he watched them uncover the secrets of Archdragon Peak. In their success, he saw a path he himself had abandoned, a purpose that could reignite a life spent in the shadow of failure. He was no longer content to simply sit and fade. A new ambition had taken hold, a desperate desire to achieve the dragon transformation he once thought impossible. This newfound resolve leads to a formal challenge. Upon returning to Firelink Shrine, the champion does not find Hawkwood. A simple note is left in his place. Come to the mausoleum in Farron. Only one can take the path of ancient dragons. The gauntlet has been thrown. The chosen location is the vast, empty mausoleum where the Abyss Watchers once fought their endless battle. Now, a profound silence hangs over the field, a fitting stage for a final personal duel. Waiting there is a man transformed. Hawkwood stands with a straight back, the weary slump of the deserter gone, replaced by the firm stance of a challenger who has accepted his course. His voice is clear of its usual tired drone.
I should have known. Well, I've decided to stop running from my fate. Loathe me all you like. I shall take what makes you dragon.
He fights with a conviction he has not shown before, driven by the hope of claiming the twinkling dragon headstone and the future it represents. But his newfound purpose is not enough. In the end, the champion proves to be the stronger of the two. In his defeat, Hawkwood offers no curse. He gives a final acknowledgement of the truth. With his last breath, he admits that the champion of Ash is more of a dragon than he. With his death, he leaves behind the final piece of the puzzle, the twinkling dragon torso stone. This artifact, when used with the headstone he coveted, allows for a complete and total ascension into dragon form. Hawkwood finally found something worth dying for, but in doing so, he forfeited the very dream that gave him the courage to fight. With the Lords of Cinder returned to their thrones, their combined strength opens a path to the beginning of it all. The champion is transported to a desolate, drifting reality that reveals the consequence of Gwyn's original choice. This is the kiln of the first flame, a world bleached of life, and held together by the fading embers of an age that should have ended long ago. The sky is scarred by a dark eclipse that looks like a brand, and the shattered pillars from Gwyn's ancient battle with the dragons still stand as monuments to a world sustained on borrowed time. Guarding guarding the last vestiges of the flame, is a being known as the Soul of Cinder. It stands at the base of a great archtree, a silent custodian. As the champion approaches, it animates, and the true nature of this guardian is revealed through its combat style. It shifts flawlessly between the techniques of countless warriors, one moment casting powerful sorceries, the next wielding a greatsword with immense strength, then seamlessly transitioning to pyromancies and the deft movements of a spearman. This is not one fighter. It is a legion. Its identity becomes clear. It is the physical amalgamation of every single soul who ever linked the fire. Every chosen undead and every Lord of Cinder has been fused into this single entity, their wills and skills combined to serve as the flame's ultimate defense. The battle is a fight against history itself, but as the conflict wears on, something shifts. The Soul of Cinder plunges its greatsword into the ground, engulfing it in brilliant fire. When it rises, its movements change, becoming more aggressive, more relentless. The spirit of Gwyn, the very first Lord of Cinder, has taken command of the vessel, continuing the duty he began millennia ago. He is a ghost fighting to protect his dying age. Despite the power of this ancient god, the Soul of Cinder is finally struck down. The soul it leaves behind, the soul of the lords, confirms what the battle demonstrated. Since Lord Gwyn, the first Lord of Cinder, many exalted lords have linked the flame, and it is their very souls that have manifested themselves as defender of the flame. This soul can be transformed into two powerful items that tell the full story. One is the Sunlight Spear miracle. The legendary Lightning Gwyn used to tear the scales from the everlasting dragons. The other is the Firelink Greatsword, the coiled blade wielded by the Soul of Cinder, a weapon whose description hints at its ancient nature. This coiled sword, found thrust into the bonfire, existed long before the throneless lords themselves. The final guardian has fallen, and the path is clear. Before the champion stands the first flame, the fading source of a long and agonizing age. All that remains is a choice, and with it, the power to define the future of the world. The most traditional path, the one walked by countless others, is to link the fire. The champion can choose to offer their body and soul to continue the age of the gods. But this final act reveals a grim truth. Instead of the roaring inferno that consumed the chosen undead eons ago, the flame is now a pathetic, flickering thing. It barely has the strength to burn, and the champion must sit beside it, slowly being consumed by embers rather than being engulfed in a blaze. This quiet, sputtering end is the clearest sign yet that the age of fire is clinging to life by a thread, and this sacrifice is little more than a temporary delay of the inevitable. However, two paths lead to darkness, each with a profoundly different meaning. The first is a future of quiet resignation, an ending made possible by the firekeeper's eyes. By summoning her to the kiln, the champion can entrust the last of the flame to her. In a moment of profound trust, she contains the embers within herself, and the world is finally allowed to fall into a gentle, starless night. She remains by the champion's side, a companion in the new dark. Yet, her final words offer a strange comfort, or perhaps a warning.
But one day, tiny flames will dance across the darkness, like embers linked by lords past.
Her vision suggests that the cycle may not be truly broken, only paused, and that the age of fire may one day return. This trust can also be betrayed. A cruel champion might strike her down in that final moment, a selfish act to steal the last vestiges of power for themselves. The other path to darkness is not one of acceptance. It is a path of revolution, forged through an alliance with Yhorm and the Sable Church of Londor. This is the usurpation of fire. Instead of extinguishing the flame, the champion seizes it, drawing its power into their own body. This is a hostile takeover of destiny, using the engine of the God's age to fuel the new age of man. The change is reflected in the sky as the dark sign, like eclipse that bled red, now glows with the pure white of humanity. As the fire burns within them, the unkindled is greeted by their followers, Yhorm, Anri of Astora, and a legion of hollows, who kneel before their new ruler, the Lord of Hollows. But this triumph for humanity was not born from human ambition alone. A deeper truth is revealed if Yhorm is ever killed. With her dying breath, she cries out,
God, I have failed thee.
This name belongs to a primordial serpent, the ancient being who once tempted the original chosen undead to walk away from the flame and begin the Age of Dark. While his counterpart, Frant, championed the gods, Koth has been patiently working in the shadows for millennia. He realized that simply letting the fire fade was a passive act. His new strategy was far more ambitious, to hijack the very source of the gods' power and make it the engine for humanity's reign. The painted world of Ariandel is a sanctuary for the lost, a cold and quiet place for those who have been left behind by the world. Its snowy forests are home to the Farron followers, the once loyal soldiers of the Abyss Watchers. Their original duty was a grim one. They were tasked with culling their own comrades who had been touched by the Abyss. Their fighting style was developed specifically to face men, and they used fire and thrown javelins, a gesture of honor, to grant a clean end to their fallen brothers. But when the Abyss Watchers left to link the first flame, their followers were left without purpose. Their home became a poison swamp, and they drifted until they found their way into this painting, where they slowly hollowed, their duty forgotten. This abandonment had dire consequences. Without the followers to perform their rites, the Abyss-tainted Watchers were forced to turn on each other in an endless, desperate slaughter. Another group found its way to this refuge, the Millwood Knights. These were fierce, earth-worshipping warriors from a primitive land, their chieftain knights also serving as their high priests. Their history speaks of a great loss. When the Millwood Knights lost the forest they called home, they began a journey so long that even thoughts of their sworn enemy washed away, replaced by a vision of a cold and brittle wood. They wielded weapons blessed with the symbol of the ethereal oak, their homeland's sigil, and their great bows were said to have been used against their sworn foe, the Abyss Dragon. Whether this was the ancient Calamite or the slumbering Medir remains a mystery. Like the Farron followers, they arrived in Ariandel after losing their home, their old grudges replaced by a single-minded quest for this cold sanctuary. They now guarded fiercely alongside packs of great wolves that stalk the frozen landscape. The catalyst for change in this stagnant world arrives in the form of a strange man found in the cathedral of the deep. This is Slave Night Gale, a figure who embodies a tragic and brutal history. The slave knights were undead warriors, seen as nothing more than expendable fodder for the most hopeless battles. Their armor, though finely crafted, was a symbol of a cruel lie, an illusion of honor for immortal soldiers who fought until their bodies were charred and twisted, and their minds went mad. Gale's own weapon, a chipped and blood-stained greatsword, began its life as an executioner's blade, hinting at a grim past long before his unending servitude. Gale has been searching for the champion of Ash with a singular purpose. He explains that a rot is consuming his home, the painted world of Ariandel, and that only the fire of an unkindled can cleanse it for his lady. With this plea, he presents a scrap of parchment, a piece of the painting itself. As the champion touches it, the world dissolves, and they are pulled into the cold, lonely land where the forgotten and purposeless have gathered. The choice made at the kiln of the first flame was about managing a broken world, but here, in this painted realm, lies a different possibility, a chance to break a cycle of decay, and perhaps find an answer beyond the fading fire. Deep within the painted world, in the quiet of Ariandel Chapel, the champion meets the realm's self-appointed guardian, Sister Frida. With a calm and measured tone, she welcomes the intruder.
Welcome to the painted world of Ariandel. I am Frida. I have long stood beside our blessed Father and the rest of the forlorn. But forlorn thou seemeth not, Ashen One. I know not the missteps which led thee to this painted world, but thy duty is all, and thy duty lieth elsewhere.
Her polite words carry a clear command to turn back. She points to the bonfire, a meek and faded thing, acknowledging the decay that Gale spoke of, yet she champions it. To Frida, this world, even in its rot, is a home to be preserved in its stagnant state. It is not to be cleansed by fire. Her knowledge of the champion's status as the Lord of Hollows is telling, implying a deep connection to the sable church of Londor and its affairs. The clothing she wears speaks of a past where she renounced her old life to protect a new people, assuming the precise form that they yearned for. This suggests her current identity as a gentle sister is a carefully constructed role. Adding to the mystery are the portraits in the chapel that resemble her, some of which depict her being consumed by flame, the very thing she now so fervently opposes. This polite but firm warning is delivered after an encounter with her loyal knight, Sir Wilhelm, who guards the rope bridge leading to the chapel. He, too, recognizes the champion's connection to Londor.
Well, well. You're Lady Uria's Lord of Hollows. No bell tolls. And yet, you've slipped into the painting.
He presents himself as a guide, urging respect for Frida. But his true purpose is to enforce her will and discourage any interference. He is the first line of defense for the peaceful decay she wishes to maintain. To defy Frida is to delve into the painting's forgotten depths. By cutting the rope bridge, the champion descends into the frozen roots of this world and uncovers its history. Here, near a weeping birch tree, lies the snap-freeze sorcery. Its description reveals a stunning truth. Sullivan was born and raised inside the painting, yet had little use for his frigid homeland, since he had not yet experienced loss. The future pontiff, a man of immense ambition, came from this sanctuary of the forlorn. The weeping tree itself is his mother, forever calling out for the child who left her behind.
Where have you gone, sweet child? It's cold outside, so awfully cold. Where have you run off to?
Sullivan abandoned this world of loss to build his own cold kingdom in Irithll, a place that perhaps reminded him of the home he never valued. At the very bottom of the painting, in a desolate arena watched over by a tower that once imprisoned crossbreed Priscilla, the champion finds another piece of the world's history. Here, the champion's grave tender and his great wolf, the same massive beast from the snowfields, stand guard. Their defeat reveals the origins of the undead matches, a fight declared to celebrate their undeath, and so to preserve what remained of their souls. This champion fought endlessly until he lost his mind, with only his page and wolf for company. The presence of Priscilla's tower confirms that this land is the very same painted world of Ariamis from ages past, now repurposed as a new refuge for a new generation of the lost. Pushing deeper into the painting reveals the Corvian settlement, a village inhabited by forlorn. Black, feathered humanoids whose appearance is a clear nod to Velka, the goddess of sin. Here, the true conflict within this world is laid bare by a desperate settler who sees the champion as a savior foretold in prophecy.
O wondrous Ash, grant us our wish. Make the tales true, and burn this world away. My lady must see flame, and you have only to show her.
He explains that the inhabitants had already decided to embrace the cleansing fire, to let their rotting world die, so a new one could be painted. But that which fooled the good father and buried the flame, this which, he confirms, is Sister Frida. He contrasts their tradition with the feudal cycle of the outside world.
When the world rots, we set it afire for the sake of the next world.
His words do not frame Frida as a gentle protector. They frame her as a manipulative figure who condemned them all to a slow, agonizing decay for her own reasons. Not all the Corvians share this view. The Corvian knights, hulking warriors reminiscent of the crow demons from Lordran's painted world, were so infatuated with Sister Frida that they turned on their own kind. They swore to protect the painting from fire, and to this end took to the execution of their own brethren. Their brutal enforcement of Frida's will silenced all dissent, forcing the other Corvians to accept the spreading rot. The discovery of the way of white corona, miracle in a dilapidated church, before an altar identical to the one in the Cathedral of the Deep, further ties this settlement to the religious traditions of the outside world, hinting at the complex origins of its inhabitants. The champion's defiance of Frida's decree inevitably leads to a second confrontation with her loyal enforcer, Sir Wilhelm. This time, he attacks without hesitation, a desperate attempt to protect his lady's world. His defeat is a pivotal moment, as his dying words reveal everything.
Forgive me, my lady. I swore an oath, but I have failed you. Lady Elfrida.
This name, Elfrida, is the key. His armor describes him as a knight of Londor, who was particularly loyal to the eldest of the three sisters who founded the Sable Church. This confirms that Sister Frida is in fact Elfrida, the eldest sister of Yuria and Lilian. Yuria herself had spoken of a sister who became ash and abandoned them. And now the pieces fall into place. Wilhelm's weapon, the onyx blade, solidifies this connection. It was a farewell gift from Elfrida, one whose acceptance signified the knight's resignation from Elfrida's service. Yet, even when released from his oath, Wilhelm chose to follow her into the painting, his devotion absolute. His loyalty was not to a cause. It was to her. Upon his death, he drops the contraption key, which unlocks a hidden attic in the settlement's archives. The key's description mentions that Wilhelm used it to imprison a white-haired woman, guarding her as if his life depended on it. Inside the attic is a small, pale girl with reptilian eyes and faint scales on her skin, features that bring to mind both crossbreed Priscilla and Captain Yorshka. This is the painter, and she is the lady Gale serves. She has been waiting.
I believe. I feel the scent of ash upon thee. Thou art the one of whom Uncle Gale spoke, the one to show me flame.
She reveals she is in league with Gale to bring fire to this world. She does not want to destroy it. She wants to use the flame to paint a new one. With the door now open, she is free to prepare. The lengths to which Frida and her followers went to prevent this are made clear on the path forward. In the snowy mountain pass, a bell of awakening lies half buried and useless. This is the source of Wilhelm's earlier surprise. They had dismantled the very mechanism meant to draw unkindled ash into the painting, a desperate act to ensure their stagnant, rotting world would never face the fire of change. forward leads to a chamber of suffering. Behind the chapel's main altar, a secret passage, opened by a wheel mechanism identical to the one in Ariames's painted world, descends into a hidden sanctum. Here, the world's restorer, Father Ariandel, is found bound to a massive chair, clutching a great vessel. This is the heart of the rot. Ariandel understands that his world was painted with blood, and only blood could protect the secret. To prevent the cleansing fire from taking hold, he performs a constant ritual of self-flagellation, using his own blood to appease and suppress the flame within the painting. Sister Frida is not simply his guardian. She is the enabler of this agonizing cycle, the one who brings him the flail to continue his torment. When the champion intrudes upon this act of preservation, Sister Frida responds without hesitation. She steps forward and draws her great scythe, a weapon bound to a life she abandoned long ago. Her movements are precise and controlled. She vanishes into the frost, reappearing only to strike, defending the world she chose to freeze in decay. Every motion is measured. Every attack is meant to drive the champion away, not out of hatred, but out of conviction. When Frida is struck down, the chapel does not erupt. For a brief moment, everything is still. Then, Father Ariandel plunges into madness. The collapse of his guardian shatters the last restraint holding him together. Bound for ages to his great chair, he tears himself free in a fit of grief and terror. He lifts the massive vessel he has used to bleed for this world and smashes it against the stone floor. The act ends the ritual. The suppressed flame surges outward, flooding the chapel in fire. The sanctuary they preserved through suffering ignites at once. From within the blaze, Frida rises again. She is unkindled, ash drawn back by flame. This time, she does not stand apart. Father Ariandel enters the battle alongside her, wielding the shattered vessel like a weapon, hammering it into the ground to scatter fire across the chamber. Frida resumes her assault, moving through smoke and frost, while Ariandel reshapes the battlefield with raw, uncontrolled force. Together, they fight as the last keepers of a world that refuses to change. The struggle escalates into chaos. Fire spreads across the floor. Frost cuts through the smoke. The champion is pressed from every direction as Frida's strikes and Ariandel's fury overlap, each covering the other's weakness. In the end, they fall as one. Frida collapses amid the flames, her body breaking beneath the fire that returned her. At the same moment, Ariandel's strength fails. He drops beside her, the vessel slipping from his grasp. As he lies dying, he speaks through fractured thought, uttering words he barely understands. His death triggers the final chapter of this brutal battle. Frida rises for the third time. The fire recedes, replaced by something darker. Black flame coils around her scythe and form, revealing the truth of her past and her bond to the sable church of Londor. This This is Black Flame Frida. There is no restraint left in her movements, no attempt to deny or preserve. She attacks with singular intent, each strike aimed to end the champion where they stand. This final battle leaves no room for hesitation. There is no world left to protect, no ritual left to sustain. Only Frida remains. The champion withstands her assault and presses forward until even her will shatters and her body is slain. With the battle over, the full story of this place comes into focus. Yhorm of Londor, upon learning of her sister's fate, expresses a surprising sorrow. She asks the champion to let Frida's soul be a source of strength, and to remember those who stayed by her to the end. Despite their schism, a bond remained. The chapel itself holds clues to Frida's past. Paintings on the walls depict figures resembling her sisters, and the great doors at the entrance are adorned with the carvings of two entwined serpents, likely Koth and Framt, suggesting the line between their conflicting ideals has always been blurred. But the true purpose of this ordeal is revealed in the chapel's attic, where the painter has moved. She now understands her path and explains her revelation.
Those who aren't kin to fire cannot paint a world. Those absorbed by fire must not paint a world.
She has learned that a creator must understand the power of the soul and the flame. A creator must not be consumed by it, like Gwyn or Frida, who became trapped in a cycle of preservation. The painter must see beyond the current age. Then she reveals the final, crucial piece of the puzzle, the true reason for Gale's long journey.
I can almost see the flame. Soon, Uncle Gale will bring me the pigment. I wonder if he has found it, the dark soul of man.
Amidst the swirling ash and broken kingdoms of the Dreg Heap, the champion encounters a rare and welcome sight. A friendly knight, he speaks with a disarming cheerfulness.
Oh, look at you. You've got your head screwed on correct. Fantastic. To meet a kindred spirit on this god's forsaken crag. Call me Lab. I can't remember my real name, so let's just go with that.
He admits to being hollow, a fact he tries to play off with a laugh. His past is a complete blank. He has no memory of who he was or what he lived for. So he has journeyed to this final place on a desperate quest to find the purging monument within the ringed city and restore what he has lost. For now, his path and the champion's run parallel, a brief moment of camaraderie at the end of all things. The descent continues, leading to a place that should not be here. The champion plummets into the ruins of Earthen Peak, a landmark from the long-dead kingdom of Dranglake that has physically crashed into the Dreg Heap. The collapsed windmill, its fans scorched black, stands as a silent monument to the efforts of the bearer of the curse, who burned it down ages ago to stop its flow of poison. A lone desert pyromancer named Zoe still wanders the ruins, a living echo of the sorceresses who once inhabited this tower. Here, Lap is found again, sitting on an overlook, he speaks of a treasure he left behind, and in a gesture of pure goodwill, gifts the champion a titanite slab, a simple act of friendship in a world that has forgotten the meaning of the word. A familiar phantom guides the path forward. Throughout the treacherous landscape, the spirit of slave Night Gale appears, pointing the way forward and etching markings into the ground to show safe places to fall. Just as he set the champion on their quest in the painting, he now shepherds them toward the final destination. At the edge of a great, dark chasm, his phantom points down, a silent command to leap into the unknown. Trusting their guide, the champion descends into the pit. The fall ends in a brutal confrontation. Two demons, the demon in pain and the demon from below, emerge from the darkness. They fight with a desperate, coordinated fury, flanking and overwhelming their opponent. After the champion fells them both, the fight continues. The last demon to fall erupts in a ball of fire, and from its corpse, the demon prince is reborn. Sprouting massive wings, it unleashes the full, untamed power of the chaos flame, a defiant roar from a dying race. The soul of this great creature tells the story of its entire kind. The demons, born from the witch of Izalith's failed attempt to recreate the first flame, share almost everything between them, even the pride of their prince and his near-faded flame. Their purpose was to kindle the chaos flame, a duty that fell to their prince. But the original prince was slain by Lorien, and the flame was left to die. Because all demons share a collective memory, the will of their prince lives on in every last one of them. The final surviving demon will always become the new prince, destined to try and rekindle their dying fire. The demons, it turns out, were trapped in a cycle of their own, an echo of the very curse that plagued the gods and humanity. After the prince is finally slain, the dust settles and the arena becomes recognizable. The crumbling archways and the deep pit are unmistakable. This is the ruin of the original Firelink Shrine from the Age of Lordran. Here, at the end of all things, the three great kingdoms, Lordran, Drangleic, and Lothric, have all converged into a single final grave. Lying nearby is a corpse holding the small envoy banner, the key to the last leg of the journey. The journey through the drag heap ends at a cliff's edge, where a tunnel gives way to an impossible vista. To proceed, the champion must present the small envoy banner taken from the corpse near the demon prince's arena. Recognizing the signal, a host of bat-winged demons descends, gently lifting the champion and carrying them across a vast chasm. They arrive at last in the ringed city, a breathtaking metropolis bathed in a golden, timeless light, seemingly untouched by the decay that has consumed the rest of the world. At the entrance to a long, bridge-like causeway stands a judicator giant, one of the ancient guardians tasked by the gods with protecting this place. When approached, the giant acts as a magical arbiter, summoning the spirits of warriors who failed in their quest for the dark soul. Among them are the phantoms of the ruined knights, warriors so thoroughly defeated that they had little choice but to swear themselves to the Judicator Giant. These were the original knights whose legend inspired the creation of the ruined sentinel golems that guarded the lost Bastel. The bridge itself is a graveyard, lined with countless headstones, each marked with a hollow circle, a chilling echo of the dark sign that brands all of humanity. Within the city's walls, a hunched figure offers a cryptic piece of advice. He whispers,
I know what it is thou desirest, the dark soul. No? Why else wouldst one deign to visit this dung heap? If it is the dark soul thou desirest, then seek Filianor's church at the base of the cliff. There wilt thou the sleeping princess waken. Her slumber is a deceit, a lid covering an overgrown privy, a prop to keep thee from the dark soul of thine desire.
He speaks of a sleeping princess, whose slumber is a deceit, a lid covering an overgrown privy, meant to keep the world from the dark soul. This confirms that the ultimate prize is here, hidden behind a royal deception. The name Filianor strongly suggests a connection to Gwyn, the king who built this city, hinting that she is likely one of his daughters, tasked with a sacred, and perhaps deceptive, duty. The city's inner sanctums are patrolled by its most iconic residents, the Ringed Knights. These are ancient human warriors, their armor branded with a seal of fire. Their equipment tells a story of betrayal. Their armor, forged in the abyss, was marked by the gods to suppress the power of the dark that resides within humanity. Their shields, fashioned from the heads of archdragon descendants, are a testament to a forgotten truth. The Ringed Knights fought alongside the gods in the great war against the dragons, but their contributions were never lauded. History, written by the victors, erased humanity's role in establishing the Age of Fire. As a reward for their help, they were sealed away in this city, their part in the world's founding denied. It is a profound irony. Humanity helped build the very age that would deny their own. The city is also a final resting place for figures from other eras. Alva, seeker of the spurned, invades, a phantom driven by grief. Nearby lies the body of his lover, Sully the Witch, clad in her black witch set. The description tells of a woman who experienced all manner of misfortune, and yet, in the end, found her purpose in life, only to die here at the end of all things. Alva now spends his eternity guarding her remains. Another spirit, Silver Knight Leto, also appears. A friend of Havel the Rock, Leto was an eccentric knight of Londor. Given that Havel was locked away by a dear friend, it is highly possible that Leto, a fellow soldier of Gwyn's, was the one who turned the key, though his reasons remain lost to time. Long before the truth of the Ringed City becomes clear, the champion of Ash crosses paths with a solitary knight who guards a sealed tower. From within, a calm yet urgent voice calls out, "This is Shira, night of Filianor. She speaks with certainty and concern, asking the unkindled to leave the princess untouched. Filianor must remain asleep, she insists, for as the fire fades, the princess protects the dark for the sake of mankind. Shira's words sound strange when weighed against what is known of the gods. Her belief places Filianor as a guardian acting in service of humanity, preserving balance as the world decays. Yet this understanding fails to account for the true purpose of the ringed city itself. Filianor does hold the dark in check. Her role serves the will of the gods. Humanity is being restrained. The ringed city was built as a cage, a place designed to hide the dark soul and keep it from returning to its rightful heirs. Filianor's endless sleep sustains this false peace. Shira also speaks of a dragon that roams the city. His name is Dark-Eater Midir. He is a descendant of the archdragons, raised by the gods themselves. From the moment he was given his duty, Midir was set against the dark. For ages without end, he battled it wherever it surfaced. The task took its toll. The dark ate away at his body and mind. Still, Midir remained loyal. He swore to defend Filianor and the city built around her. Shira fears the day when the dragon can no longer remember his vow. She asks the champion to find Midir and end his life before that day comes. His presence within the ringed city reveals something long overlooked. Seath was not alone in his service to Gwyn. Other dragons stood beside the gods, aiding in the control and suffering of mankind. As the champion moves deeper into the city, a strange monument rises from the stone, coated in a thick, dark growth. This structure is known as the Purging Monument. It holds the rare power to restore an undead who has lost themselves to hollowing. Earlier, a wandering knight named Lap searched desperately for this artifact, hoping it would return his lost memories. By chance or fate, he lingers nearby, unaware that his search has already failed. He speaks with forced confidence, repeating to himself that he is unbreakable, as if the words alone might hold him together. When the champion tells Lap that the monument has been found, his relief is immediate. He thanks the unkindled and swears that even after his memories return, his loyalty will remain. Whether this promise holds weight is uncertain. Time has a habit of stripping away such vows. Farther along, in the lower streets of the city, a locust preacher delivers rambling sermons. Each tale points toward figures known from other ages. He speaks first of Alva and Zully, joined at last through the abyss. Another sermon mentions a scholar who studied the dark and found his learning lacking. The identity remains unclear. Some hear the fall of Big Hat Logan in these words. Others hear Aldea, who searched both light and dark and found no release from the cycle. Aldea placed his hopes in the bearer of the curse, trusting that another might succeed where he failed. The preacher then tells of a woman who struck down her own kin. This aligns with Suris, who was forced to kill her grandfather. In another tale, a woman suffers from dark gnawing at her flesh, while a heavily armored man lives in constant fear. Firekeepers often speak of dark in this way. Irithll of Karim once described small creatures biting at her in the dark, while Egon stood nearby, burdened by his armor and his doubt. The preacher's sermons tie these lives together without naming them, leaving meaning to be drawn from memory. The locusts themselves serve a purpose beyond madness. The white-faced locusts were meant to beckon men to the dark with sermons, but most of them are unable to think past their own stomachs. They were created to guide humanity toward the dark, another layer of control placed upon the ringed city. Their hunger overcame their role, and they turned to feeding on men instead. Another message follows. Someone must rise to the occasion and restore the path of righteousness. Perhaps that someone is you. Did you not arise from the abyss? And did you not resist drowning in the age of fire? The words clearly point to the champion, a human who endured both dark and flame without losing themselves. Beyond the streets lies a swamp thick with decay. Patrolling its depths is an iron dragon slayer. The armor, defeated by the champion of ash in Lothric, was left ages to rust, until it slipped into an abyssal swamp, where it was possessed once again by the memory of the hunt. This confirms that time has passed in ways difficult to grasp. The same armor faced once before now rises again, driven by an old purpose. Climbing out of the swamp, the champion draws the attention of the city's greatest guardian. Midir's roar fills the air as he unleashes a flood of burning fire across the stone. The champion survives and moves on, avoiding a direct clash for now. In the shared grave, the moaning knight appears as an invader. His armor mirrors that of Egon of Karim, though his true identity remains unknown. Many knights of Karim wore such armor while serving maidens. Later, Lap is encountered again. Something has changed. His voice carries intent. He draws attention to a small treasure resting above a broken stair. When the champion approaches, Lap strikes, sending them crashing below. At last, he removes his helm and reveals his true self. He is Unbreakable Patches, the same trickster once met in the Cathedral of the Deep and Firelink Shrine. Even at the end of the age, his nature endures. Yet something is different. Patches leaves behind his armor and his summoned sign, offering aid instead of mockery. The fall he caused led to escape. His actions suggest that some part of his humanity remains. With no more words, he departs. Midir appears again, blocking the path one final time. This time, he is forced into the depths below. The champion follows, driven by their promise to Shira. Along the way, a statue is found depicting Gwyn placing a crown upon a human. It presents an image of unity that never truly existed. Gwyn never viewed humanity as equals. His rule depended on control and deceit. Nearby, a hidden passage behind a silver knight statue leads to a quiet chapel. Within stand statues of the primordial serpents. Their faces match Koth and Frampt, though their bodies differ from other depictions. This suggests that no one truly knows their full form. At the end of the path lies a deep rift. Below it waits Midir. Some believe this place marks the origin of the dark soul, where the furtive pygmy first claimed it. If true, Midir's final rest being here carries bitter meaning. Sensing the champion, the dragon attacks with full force. Fire, dark light, claws, and tail strikes follow without pause. The battle tests endurance and resolve. At last, Midir falls, ending his endless struggle. Midir, descendant of archdragons, was raised by the gods, and owing to his immortality, was given a duty to eternally battle the dark, a duty that he would never forget, even after the gods perished. From his remains comes a token tied to the spears of the church, a covenant sworn to guard Filionor's rest. Judicator giants serve this cause, calling warriors to defend the princess. When the champion returns to Shira, she gives thanks for Midir's death. Even then, her warning remains unchanged. Filionor must never be awakened. The final line of defense for the world's greatest secret is a church. Within the Church of Filionor, a judicator giant issues one last, solemn warning.
By the king's decree, none may disturb our mistress's slumber. Turn back, unknowing visitor.
When the champion refuses, the giant summons the last of its guardians. Half-light, Spear of the Church. A missionary from an ancient land of sorcery, likely Ulyssil. He chose to stay in this city long ago, and became the last recorded spear of the church. He is aided by painting guardians, their duty here echoing their ancient role in Anor Londo, protecting a sacred threshold. Past the final guardians, the champion enters the princess's chamber. Here, Filionor lies in what appears to be a deep, death-like sleep. A dark, abyssal substance covers her eyes, a sign of the humanity she contains within. And much like the firekeepers, she is blind to the world around her. She is Gwyn's youngest daughter, a fact confirmed by the small envoy banner, which explains that the Great Lord gifted the ringed city and his beloved youngest daughter to the pygmies, promising he would one day return for her. It was a promise he could never keep, as he chose to sacrifice himself to the first flame. In her lap, she cradles a fractured white egg, an object that bears a striking resemblance to the transposing kiln used by Ludleth. Her slumber, her very presence here, is the final lock on the world's greatest secret. Shira, a knight of Filionor, had warned that her rest must not be disturbed. In pursuit of the truth, the champion reaches out and touches the fragile egg. The slightest contact is all it takes. The shell crumbles to dust. A blinding white light erupts from the princess, and the world is remade. The golden city vanishes. The illusion shatters. The champion now stands in the true reality, a vast, silent desert of ash stretching to a colorless horizon. In the far distance, the ruined spires of Lothric and Anor Londo are just barely visible, crumbling monuments in a dead world. The ringed city is gone, reduced to rubble. This is the true end of time, a future that Filionor's slumber had held at bay. Looking at the princess, she is a desiccated corpse that has been dead for ages. The figure the champion met was a beautiful lie, an illusion she maintained even after death. She had hidden the pygmy lords and the truth of the world within a pocket of preserved time, eternally faithful to a father who abandoned her, dying in her sleep, while still holding onto his broken promise. The beautiful illusion shatters, and the champion of Ash steps out of Filionor's church into the true end of time. The golden city is gone, replaced by an endless desert of ash. In this desolate wasteland, a lone figure crawls through the dust, a feeble, wizened creature who is unmistakably a pygmy lord. He cries out, unaware that his protector is long dead.
Oh, Filionor, help me, please. The Red Hood is come to eat us, to eat our dark souls. Filionor, help me, please.
He is mortally wounded, another victim of the figure he speaks of, Slave Knight Gale. The Red Hood was the signature of the Slave Knights, and his desperate plea confirms that Gale has reached his destination and has begun a bloody massacre. Finally, at the heart of the ashen wasteland, amidst the ruined thrones of the pygmy lords, the champion finds him. Gale is hunched over the last of the pygmy kings. He is devouring him, consuming the dark soul directly from his body. When he senses the champion's approach, he turns, his eyes now mad with power. He no longer recognizes his former ally. All he sees is the last significant piece of the dark soul he craves, the shard of humanity that resides within the champion. He has become a monstrous figure, his body swollen to a colossal size from the immense power of the souls he has consumed. A gaping, bloody hole has been torn in his chest, a malformed dark sign, weeping the very essence of the dark. The final battle begins. The dragons are extinct. The demons are gone. The gods are dead. Kingdoms have crumbled, mashed together, and buried under eons of sand. And there, amidst the ashen and lifeless wasteland, stand the last two beings of consequence, an accursed undead and a slave knight, fighting over the last remnant of humanity itself at the end of the world. Gale attacks with the brutal strength of a beast and the divine power of a god. His broken greatsword tears through the ash as he leaps across the dead landscape with impossible speed. Lightning, a power stolen from the long-dead gods, crashes down from a black sky. His tattered red cape lashes out like a living weapon. It is a chaotic, relentless duel at the very end of reality. But even a god forged from the dark can be broken. With desperate effort, the champion strikes him down. The power of the dark soul gutters out. The colossal knight stumbles, his monstrous form shrinking, the storm of souls around him dissolving into nothing. He falls to his knees, no longer a god, just a slave knight whose journey is finally over. Gale's soul reveals the tragic nobility of his quest. He sought the blood of the dark soul as pigment for the painted world. But Gale knew he was no champion, that the dark soul would likely ruin him, and that he had little hope of a safe return. He understood that this power would destroy him. He found that the pygmy's blood had long since dried up, so he had no choice but to consume the dark soul himself, turning his own body into the vessel for the pigment. His entire journey was a calculated sacrifice. He led the champion to him so that they could defeat him and claim the blood of the dark soul from his corpse. With the colossal night finally fallen, the champion takes the blood-soaked pigment and returns one last time to the painter in Ariandel's attic. She still waits, unaware of the sacrifice made for her. She muses.
I wonder when Uncle Gale intends his return. I hope the new painting will be to him a gentle home. My thanks, Ashen One. I will assuredly finish the painting of a cold, dark, and very gentle place.
And so, clinging to the hope that the man who gave everything will one day see it, she begins to paint a new world for humanity, born from the blood of a forgotten soul at the end of time. And so, our story ends for tonight. A long, dark tale for a long night, told in ash and ruin, a story for the forsaken, the ambitious, and the tormented. What began as the tolling of distant bells led through shattered kingdoms, false gods, and fading flames, until only the truth remained, stripped of illusion and mercy. At the end of all things, there were no thrones to claim, no gods to answer, and no fire left to save the world. There was only the final inheritance of humanity, fought over in the ashes of what remained, the dark soul.